Karibu Dala Kisumu for the International Investment Conference.
This is the home of the artists, the home of sportsmen. And unfortunately, these people have not been given opportunity. So when they get this kind of platform, it will be easy for them to showcase their talent beyond the region.
Karibu Dala Kisumu for the International Investment Conference.
I think it's a unique opportunity that is going to give people in this region a platform to showcase their creativity, their potential, and their business to the world.
So empowerment is very important, not only information, but also economic empowerment. So if the governments empower the local businesses, as they say, then we will be competitive internationally and regionally, and we'll take our products abroad.
Like I said, Nyanza is very raw. So if we get the right people to go there, then they're able to open it up. We've got Abundu Hot Springs. That's the name I was looking for. So if you look at the hot springs area, they're very wide. There are a number of things you can do there. For people who want nature trails, we have the space in Nyanza. We have lots of land in Nyanza that could be put to good use. If you look at people who like, the high adrenaline sports and activities, we've got the space, we've got the facilities for it. So I think in terms of the resources that we have, culturally, the natural environment, we have a lot to offer, and mostly because it's still untapped. So while it's still untapped, it's the best time to come and take advantage of it.
I have seen governors speak of what is happening in their regions. I have seen Governor from Homa Bay County speaking about Homa Bay. I have seen Governor from Migori speaking about Migori. I have seen permanent secretaries speaking. I mean, this is what we want. We want to see what the government is doing, and we want to see the people saying whether this is happening. You see, we are seeing the national government, we are seeing the county government, and we are seeing the people. So this to me is a plus. This is what we want to see.
ladies and gentlemen of the Fourth Estate.
And finish in 10 minutes. Is it 15?
It was 15.
15.
Let me verify from the MC. Where is the MC?
It's 15.
Is it 15 minutes
It's because we are starting.
for presentation?
It's 15.
Okay, let it be 15. Eh? Let it be 15. Professor, you are good to go, I believe.
Okay. Were there slides?
Huh?
Yeah, there you are.
Okay.
Can you hear me? Thank you very much, Chair. It's a pleasure to make brief comments on specialized healthcare and investment and the role of PPPs. One of the things that people don't realize is that Kenya, the health system in Kenya is a mixed system, public and private, and that's by design. So whenever we talk about the health sector, we must think of both the public and the private. Secondly, is that the Kenyan health system is organized at 3 levels. There is a primary, secondary, and tertiary. Our topic today is focusing more on the tertiary, but I've got to remind everybody that tertiary does not work on its own. Health is about the continuum of care, and unless you have all the 3 of them, you have failed. So primary care on its own cannot deliver. Secondary on its own will not deliver. Third is that the private sector provides nearly half of the health services, and it's even higher when you come to the tertiary level. It is at a lower primary level where the public sector is dominant. But thereafter, that dominance wades very, very rapidly as you go higher up. It also has to be reminded that the cost of care goes up steeply as you go from primary to tertiary. So what we are talking about is very, very expensive care that requires considerable investment. The opportunities for investments at every level, but even more so the tertiary specialized level, is not just on service delivery. And this is what I want to emphasize, that all the major building blocks of the health systems need investment. And which ones are they? My slide up there is showing you that we need to invest on governance. The way you run institutions is critical, and investing in managers who can run tertiary hospitals is a key area. That's a major investment area that we are not doing anything on at the moment. In fact, I think it's only Strathmore University that has courses in management of health institutions. Without that, forget about investing in the expensive hospitals. Secondly, is service delivery itself. And this is where the hospitals and other institutions come on board. People imagine that once you put up a high-level hospital, then you've arrived. Actually, that's when your problems begin. And we have seen that every private, public investment in health at that level is big. It's a failure. If I can remind you, for those who would care to listen, in Kenya, mainly in the public sector, we have 3 high tertiary hospitals. We call them level 6. That is Kenyatta, Moi, and the Kenyatta University Teaching Hospital. The budget that we allocate to those 3 hospitals is almost the same as the budget that we allocate to all the 47 counties. It's almost the same as that, and it's even more. And if you look at the human resource that sits on them, it is way, way, way disproportionate to what's at the counties. Kenyatta Hospital alone, because of its training activity, sequesters, gives home to over nearly 1,000 medical officers in training and over 600 specialists. That is nearly half the number of doctors that we employ in the public sector in this country. Those 1,000 doctors in training at Kenyatta are all paid for by the counties. The salaries sit in the counties, and they're taken to Kenyatta for between 4 and perhaps 10 years to specialize, paid for by the counties. So in thinking about where your resources is, that has to be tied to that. Financing is another area that if we're going to go into specialized care, we have to look at very, very carefully. Specialized, expensive equipment and hospitals require constant management, constant maintenance, and constant replacement. So if you are at that particular level, you cannot afford to have 20-year-old equipment because technology is changing very rapidly. The fourth area is infrastructure. That the infrastructure for highly specialized institutions in health is not just another building with 4 walls and a floor and a roof. No, they have to be done well. And this country, and in this region, we don't even have very many specialist architects who work in that particular area, leave alone all the other things that go on with the infrastructure. So a county just putting up a hospital and putting a big sign at the gate that it is level, whatever it is, teaching and referral, that does not give you the care that you require at this level. The fifth area of investment is human resource. That these specialized hospitals require high-level human resource, of which we are really, really short of. Not only short of because our institutions do not train them, but our institutions, by and large, are not equipped to train the peak of healthcare. Right now, we know that we have 13 medical schools in this country, but none of them, or very few of them, can give you the peak that you require for this kind of work. Then comes the investment in products, medicines and other products, most of which you are importing, and therefore we're relying on the external world to give us that. This part of Kenya, the Nyanza region, does not have a single manufacturing facility for medicines. That's a very basic. And the first one probably is going to be in Kisumu in the next 2 years. But we don't manufacture anything on this part of Kenya and the world. The other area that we investment is the information technology area, digitalizing. That becomes extremely critical in this level of care if you're going to go seriously on it. And finally, investment in research. You cannot be at that level of care without constant research and the feedback that you require from there. So the opportunities for investment in this area is not just brick and mortar. It is on all the 8 areas that I have, and I dare say that none of them has received adequate investment in my part, in this part of Kenya. If you're going to invest in this area, you've got to look at your demography. And the demographics of Nyanza is very, very clear. We are still a young population, so you have to invest in things that have to do with children. Number 2, we have an aging population, like some of us sitting here, who are retiring back home and require those specialized care, and they're just not there. So those 2 extremes are areas that we must consider. The second thing that we have to consider is epidemiology. That distinction between communicable and non-communicable diseases. Highly specialized care is not just non-communicable. communicable diseases as well do come there. As we saw recently, when COVID hit us, we didn't have ICUs, we didn't have oxygen concentrators. And sadly, the ones that we built then right now are in disuse. Nearly 90% of them are not working, not only in this Nyanza area, but in the whole of Kenya. But in the communicable disease area, there is 4 highly specialized services that usually people put at the forefront. First is cardiology, so special cardiac units. Second is renal, so special renal units that go all the way into transplant technology. And third is cancer. Fourth is mental health. I will move very, very quickly because of the time that you've given me to give you a sense of what it takes to do these highly specialized services. The most important is the investment in terms of funding. They are expensive and you've got to get the money. Unfortunately, we do not have that kind of money in our governments, and therefore we must start looking at the private sector. So the demand, the mode of payment is important. Don't open highly specialized if people are going to pay out of pocket. So social health insurance becomes a major part of this, but it must go beyond the petty payments that are made at the primary care level, because one cardiac procedure is enough to take the whole of the lifetime savings that people have. We have to look at the competition that's there. The competition that we have right now is against the foreign tourism, people living here and going to India, where their model would allow them to give these services cheaper. Partnerships is important. Unfortunately, the kind of hospitals we see in this part of the country are usually owned by individuals, and they never put their resources together. One person cannot do this. We have to concentrate and aggregate the resources to move forward. And then the incentives. Counties and government must give very, very special incentives for people to come and put up those services in this part of the world. Let us also remember that highly specialized services are the ones that attract medical tourism. And medical tourism does not happen when the infrastructure for transport and security are not there. So the roads, the airports, the railway stations and so on need to be improved if you want to go in that particular area. The case for PPPs is easy to make. Governments don't have enough money, private sector doesn't have enough. So the shared risk is the main factor that must drive the PPPs, that the government must put in resources or incentives that will make that private investor come into our part of Kenya. And so far, we are not seeing too many PPPs happening in the circumstances. Beyond that, we ought to look at the prerequisites for the PPPs, for the specialized care to come in. The lists are there on the screen for you to see. That number one, is there enough dialogue happening right now between our county governments and private sector? In the health sector, I can say it's virtually zero. Two, the policies and regulatory environment that makes an investor feel safe. They are not there, they are not in place yet. Three, the ease of resource mobilization, the monies that come in, that at the moment is extremely tough with the high interest rates that we have in this area. And finally, the level playing field. Big investors don't want to come into a jungle where you compete with people who are not qualified and people who are not regulated. So these are factors that we have to consider. I would have talked more, but I'll summarize by saying this, that the adventure into specialized care must be deliberate. And it must be a deliberate collaboration between professionals in the areas, investors, and governments. That is where the PPP angle comes in. At this stage, this region does not have anything that you can be proud of as specialized care, neither does it have any facility that will attract people from other countries and this part of the world. And that is something that we have to look into seriously. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor, for your clear presentation. We are now moving to the next presentation. But before we do that, let me remind the audience that think of your questions. There are more critical questions that can be asked at the end of the presentations so that we can move on smoothly. Our next presentation is on advancing healthcare and investments in Nyanza through harnessing the power of data and artificial intelligence by Emily Nyindodo. Welcome, Emily.
Thank you, everyone. Good morning. First of all, let me apologize that my voice is cracking a little bit, but I'll do my best to deliver this important presentation. I'm here to talk to you about healthcare, data, and AI. What does that mean? We are going to delve into that. So it's about how do we leverage the power of data and artificial intelligence to improve our outcomes, to improve our patient outcomes. But I would like to start by introducing myself. Do you get my slide up there? Okay. A moment. So I was born and raised here in Kisumu. I'm from Nyakach, Kusa. And I went to school here and moved to the United States 31 years ago. That doesn't mean that I don't come home. I come home regularly. In fact, in 2018, I came and attended a conference in Kakamega to try to convince all the governors to adopt electronic health record. That's still in the works, but that's story for another day. And one of the other things that I want to talk about, which is important, I'm a mom, I'm a sister, daughter, somebody's cousin and friend. I can see some of my friends in the audience. I'm a humanitarian. When I say humanitarian, there's a lot of work that I do in my hometown of Kusa. We have a lot of things, library, have sports going on, encouraging women to participate in Nyakrundu and many others. That's story for another day also. So in terms of my background, I'm in information technology. I studied information systems and health policy and administration. And the thing that I love most during my special times is watching football, American football, the Eagles. Thank you. I'm moving ahead. As you know, AI, as you hear it, it has taken the world by storm. But artificial intelligence in healthcare, it's something that we need to look into as a people for this area, for Kenya and for Africa. We need to understand it deeply before we delve into it. So what I'm really going to talk about is the scope is really to examine the Nyanza landscape, meaning all the Nyanza counties, and identify some of the challenges. I've highlighted some of the challenges that we face, but also some of the opportunities, as well as the work that is currently ongoing. Can we move to the next slide, please? AI in healthcare, if you look at the projections today in the world, it is estimated the market for AI in healthcare by 2030 will be at $187.9 billion. So that's a huge investment. That's an investment that we can do here in Kenya. We can start all working together to get that there. But the bottom line is to improve our patient care. Next slide. I want to talk about the state of healthcare in Nyanza. One of the challenges really is inadequate infrastructure. Professor Kamarogo talked about that. I want to expand a little bit on that in terms of technology. The telecommunication infrastructure is one thing. Shortage of skilled professionals. I know we've made progress in the healthcare, in the IT space, but there's still challenges within this space. And most importantly, of course, is limited funding. Those are some of just a few challenges that is impeding the advancement of some of these technologies. And opportunities exist. The biggest opportunity that we have here in Kenya is the mobile penetration. Almost every household in Kenya has mobile, has a phone, and we could leverage that to be able to integrate some of the healthcare systems so that our patients and our population can have access to it through their mobile data. And also, I'm kind of trying to jump in for the sake of time, but I also want to recognize that even though we talk about challenges and of course the opportunities, there's some ongoing activities. People are making strides, albeit some of the challenges. Like for instance, there's telemedicine ongoing, there's electronic community health information systems. So the women that go into the communities, in our communities, have the ability to use their tablets and collect this data and bring it on so that it can be loaded up into the central repository. So what is the future of the future promise of artificial intelligence? So we need to think about integrating all these digital solutions. Please, next slide. So the role of healthcare, the role of artificial intelligence in data and AI, I'm going to jump, I'm not going to go into details because of time, but there's a significant transformation impact. There's predictability analysis. This really improves efficiency, analytics. We get the data. The most important thing that we need to do is to collect as much data as possible so that we can analyze it and be able to predict diseases and predict outcomes. And then on the AI for health delivery, we also be able to improve diagnostic accuracy and then of course help in decision support. Next slide. How much time do I have?
You have 8 minutes remaining. Now, I'm just requesting that maybe it's better for the benefit of the audience that you talk about the actual applications in terms of, because you are talking in general, but we do not know what measures are being taken by those AI gadgets. So maybe it might be good to help to be specific so that the audience can benefit.
Oh, sure.
Thank you.
So, well, what I'm trying to say here is it is important for us to collect the data and be able to analyze it to help when you analyze it and be able to make predictions. So for instance, during the pandemic, one of the best things that helped some of the Western world, because they had the data at hand and they'd be able help them to do traceability, to be able to know which areas that were impacted by COVID, for instance. And then, of course, when you do data mining and analysis, you'll be able to know, what population is impacted by what diseases, right? And then, of course, like, think about pregnancy management, right? When you have this data stored and analyzed, then you'll be able to understand what population are impacted by what diseases, right? So let's move ahead. I'm going to call on, because if you have 8 minutes, I'm going to call on Luala to continue the presentation, because this is one of my case studies, and they have adapted some of the artificial intelligence in their operations. So there's the next 7 minutes that we have. Can you speak on, Anne, can you speak on the Luala, what Luala community is doing to advance patient care?
Thank you, Emily. Please load the presentation. As the presentation is being loaded, my name is Anne Kipsuto. Good morning, everyone. And I'll be presenting today on behalf of Luala, a Kenyan-led organization. So Luala, meaning red soil, is an organization that is based in North Kamagambo ward of Rongo sub-county in Migori County. And Luala Community Alliance was born by a community who dared to fight the health inequity that was facing them. Back in the days, the community suffered from lack of access to health facilities. And one teacher, Mr. Fred, the father to Milton, dared to dream of building a health facility. Years later, Milton and Fred got a scholarship to go and study medicine in the USA, but they did not have the funds to do that. But the community came together, donated resources. They sold their cows, their goats, their chicken. This is a story that we all are conversant with. And they took these two boys to the US. And these boys committed to come back later in 2007 again, mobilizing the community health committees to donate land, to donate resources and labor that bore Luala Community Hospital. Today, Luala Community Hospital sees over 200,000 patients. Please move to the next slide. And despite this, we have seen that Luala and the work that you're doing just contributes to a drop of the ocean in the data that we see across board. From Thursday, we have been told about focusing on maternal, newborn, and child health within the health sector. In a rally to attain the Sustainable Development Goals 2030, we are all fighting towards reducing mortalities among women, newborn, and children. But a county like Migori County has shown tremendous progress in terms of reduction in the deaths, but there's still more to be done. Next slide, please. Why are the women still dying, and why are the newborns still dying? Data has shown us that around 50% of the women who die as a result of bleeding, and children who die before they turn 28 days, die because they have challenges with breathing. And that is what we have done, looking at the data that is telling us, analyzing data as Emily has taught us, and using the data to make informed decision. Next slide, please. And despite the progress we had that Kenya has made to improve access and availability, utilization of health services, we see that counties are at different levels of health service provision. mainly due to health system gaps, like what Professor Rogo has just talked about, facilities being stocked out, lack of specialized services or poor quality of health services, gaps in equity, inclusivity, and also coverage in health services. Next slide, please. Yes, thank you. And therefore, Luala, as a community-led model, a community-led organization, looks at working with the communities, giving data to the communities so that the communities can use the data to analyze their problems and develop solutions that address the problems that they themselves understand. And based on the lessons that we have learned, we use data to scale up the change that we are creating to more regions that we support. Next slide. We started our implementation way back in 2007. Next slide, please. At Luala Community Hospital, where we implemented interventions to address the leading causes of maternal and newborn mortalities, obstetric hemorrhage initiative, and helping babies breathe. And with this, we scaled up based on the lessons that we had learned from North Kamagambo Ward in Migori County, scaling up to the whole of Migori County. And right now we have scaled to around 6 counties in Kenya. And we are in a mission to utilize data to prioritize the high burden 15 counties in Kenya, where we are looking at using data to make informed decisions and improve the well-being of our communities. Next slide, please. 2 minutes? Okay, thank you. So our model, where I know Emily wants me to focus more, is a community health model that focuses on 4 pillars. The first pillar...
Just finish.
Oh, thank you.
Just finish.
All right. The first pillar is on training community health promoters. The second pillar is on strengthening community health committees so that they can make the health systems accountable. The third pillar is on health facility, just as Professor has talked about, having facilities provide quality care through capacity building, correct equipment, having health workforce that are well trained with the requisite skills, and lastly, using data through research to make informed decision. And with that, we have seen that we have documented positive results since implementation. In the areas where we have implemented, we see 97% of women attending health facilities for skill delivery. And children are more likely to be taken to the health facilities for immunization. And also we saw a reduction in the deaths of mothers and children. Apologies for taking 2 more minutes, but in summary, Luala utilizes data to make informed decision to scale using a community-led health model. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Emily and her colleague, for making presentations on the importance of application of AI in the Nyanza region. You have generalized on how AI could be used for diagnostic applications, particularly in relationship to maternal child health. That is a general for the country, and maybe it's even more critical. I think one of the speakers talked about the mortality rates for, I think, mothers or children yesterday. So that's really useful. Maybe the audience could think of asking more practical questions that AI could be applied to in Nyanza. Okay. Thanks once more. Now, the next speaker is going to talk on empowering. I think I may have moved to the wrong place. Yeah. The next speaker is going to talk about commercialization of agricultural research and development innovations. Dr. James Onsando, please welcome.
Can we have the slides? Thank you, facilitator, for the opportunity. agriculture in Kenya is rain-fed, and that in itself is a risk, yeah, because of droughts and the climate change. And regionally, we are the highest in terms of cost of production. So that makes very difficult for Kenya to commercialize agriculture in the region. Yeah, those are the two key areas that will require a lot of attention. I'll skip this slide because it's contextualizing my talk. Next. Now, if you look at the Kenyan agricultural landscape, generally speaking, we are talking of Karuro, Kefri, and the universities. And these institutions generally have grown significantly since independence in terms of human capital and infrastructure. But funding still remains a problem. Some policy decisions were taken where coffee research, tea research, and sugar research were taken back to Karuro. And that model has proven very difficult because those three institutions were funded by industry. So when you take them to the central government, then they have to be funded by the treasury. That has caused a lot of challenges in funding research, but I'm glad there are discussions going on to reverse that. If you look at research, public research in Kenya, it's mainly up to proof of concept. And the proof of concept then is looked at as the destination of the journey. But in real life, that's the beginning of the journey, okay? The scientists are mainly very academic, and we have some of the finest brains in this country when it comes to hardcore science. These guys have been trained in the best schools in the world. You know, Berkeley, California, California Davis, big schools, yeah? But they're very technical, very technical, and very straitjacket. And that's a big problem when it comes to commercializing science. Next. This starts with an analysis in any institution. If you want to commercialize research, you have to do a situational analysis. And we have done this in Jomo Kenyatta, at Jomo Kenyatta. And those are the products that Jomo Kenyatta talks about. Yeah? Next, please. But if you look at those products, they are products anybody can produce. So you really do not have a good enough differentiation to attract entrepreneurs and the market. Except tissue culture, which has a bit of technology, the rest are things anybody can do. So, for us really to commercialize science, we should begin talking about what next after proof of concept. And when we talk of what next after proof of concept, we are talking of product development, which is a very commercial venture. Next. Why are public institutions structured in a manner that they can commercialize? If you take universities, they have schools of business, they have schools of agriculture, biological sciences, engineering, social sciences, and some of them have enterprises. Research institutions have got economics, agricultural economics department, finance department. So scientists that are very technical can tap into these resources to commercialize, which means we have what it takes to commercialize research. Next. And commercializing research is a process through which published and published science, patents, are converted into commercial assets. If they are not commercially valuable, nobody is interested. So when public institutions say that we are linking ourselves to industry, there's nothing like linking an institution to industry, because industry will only get interested if there is something that you put on the table that can enable them to make money. Otherwise, they are not interested. So we are talking of innovations like processes. This is mainly in manufacturing, where we have prototype machines that universities and research institutions can make to make it easier for industry to process their products. If you listen carefully to my presentation, I am saying public institutions must leverage on their technical prowess and innovation prowess to come up with products that add value to entrepreneurs, so that entrepreneurs can take on board these products and there will be a benefit sharing. If these products are not appealing commercially, nobody will take them on board, however much you link. So the linkage thing cannot fix it. What will fix it? Deploying science to come up with products that are attractive. Normally, public institutions have their data in journals, in patents, but this needs to move on, because that is not where they can make money. Next. Next. Now, I'm proposing a few approaches, and one of them is to identify markets. Those who listened to me some other day, I talked of markets. You have to identify markets, and these markets can be SMEs, they can be government enterprises, they can be private sector. Then you identify products which can be processed and marketed by institutions themselves, or those that can be contracted out to industry. This journey of the proof of concept, which is mainly in journals and patents, has to be transitioned into industrial assets. This kind of thinking in private sector is routine. This is done all the time in private sector. The problem is in public sector. Next. Why is this difficult in the private sector? This is a very important slide. It is difficult in public sector, in government, because research and innovation journey starts at the laboratory. It starts at the laboratory. And the indicators of success include the number of publications. If you have more publications, you are doing very well. But publications can never be products, can never interest private sector, however much you advertise. And this is the point I wanted to make, and I wish there were more people here at the policy level to listen to this. Although in public sector, people have commercialization at the back of their minds, the expectation is that industry will pick this from the journals. Industries don't read journals. They do business. So they will never pick this from journals. So from journals, this has to be progressed into products. And in public sector, once you get proof of concept, you are happy. And proof of concept will not do it, because proof of concept merely says that this can be done, but it's not a product yet that can be marketed, that can attract entrepreneurs. Next. Why does private sector thrive in this. They start with the market. They understand the market ecosystem very well. They understand the market size. They understand who is in that market that can give competition. They understand the demand. Then they start working backwards, generating products that can fit specific markets. That is the difference between private and public. Private sector also use a very disciplined model to commercialize. A very disciplined model to commercialize. They don't just publish and they think they have done it. They also do what we call product differentiation. They profile their products. They do a business case. Then, if it makes a business case, then they launch the product. Yeah? The ultimate in private sector is product quality, capacity to process, the sort of volumes they can produce, the market appeal of the products, and profitability. Profitability is number 1, number 2, and number 3. Nobody's in this business to feel nice. They are in this business to make money. And that mind shift is necessary in public R&D. If we do not have that mindset changed in public R&D, we will end up at proof of concept until kingdom come. We will never progress these products. We will never progress this to processes that private sector can invest in. Next. Now, this is the model that is being used by private sector. And this model starts with ideas. Yeah, I see I have only 3 minutes. It starts with ideas. So if the ideas give a proof of concept, and the product as a selling point, and there's production ability and a business case, then they move this to capability. At capability, they are looking more on product quality, selling point proposition, or production capacity, volumes, distribution, and logistics. If this is working well, they launch the product. And in public sector, because this is what we are doing at Jomo Kenyatta, when we are able to launch a product or two, we will make sure that the government is aware. All people in government are aware. The business community is aware. The farmers and media houses are aware, so that people know that Jomo Kenyatta has launched a commercial product. And then there is post-product launch, where you determine whether that product is working. Then you finally commercialize that product. Let me end my presentation by saying this. You can see the parallel. You can see the dichotomy. In private sector, they use a disciplined approach to commercialize, and that's why their success rate is very high. In public sector, people start working from the laboratory and hoping that somebody will be interested in their product. And it doesn't work that way. Next. Next. I'd like to thank everybody in attendance, and I'm hoping that I've planted a seed to some of you who might begin to influence the thinking in public sector research. If that doesn't happen, Exchequer will continue to fund public research until Jesus comes back. Public institutions will not make their money. It has to be a serious mindset shift, a paradigm shift. And that is what brought me all the way here to preach that gospel. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair, Dr. James Onsando, for your good presentation. You have taken through the process that the public sector and the private sectors go through agricultural innovations and shown the difference between the public sector and the private sector. Maybe other areas that we could be thinking of also would be like if, for example, the public or consumers are able to afford to buy the innovations or products, if they are products. And even the economics, that means the economics of it anyway, and other aspects related to consumer preferences. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Now, the last presentation we are going to have is on enhancing investment in agricultural crop production. This will be made by Dr. Bruno Linyiru, the Director General of Agriculture and Food Authority. Is Daktari around? Does anybody know about the whereabouts of Daktari?
Go on and discuss. Continue with the ones who are here.
Oh, okay. It looks like Daktari is not there. So we are going to continue the process. I hope you agree, sir. We are continuing. All right. Now, very briefly, I would say we heard from the professor about the public and private sector collaboration in giving specialized health sector services. He went over the health systems structure. He went over the key areas that are important for investments. I think there were 8. Again, and he very much emphasized about governance, for example, as one of the key areas that need attention, capacity building and the other ones. And he actually indicated that in Nyanza region, there is a lot of inadequacies in many of the areas that he had covered. Then we came to harnessing the power of data and artificial intelligence, especially in general in diagnostics, especially as related to maternal child health. And then we were presented with the case study of Luala group from South Nyanza. Then we just talked about the commercialization of agricultural research and development innovations. Okay, so we are at question and answer sessions from the floor. I would appeal to the members of the audience to really ask questions which are practical, which are real problems out here in our Nyanza region, so that the very experienced experts here can actually respond to those questions. And then we could wrap it up. I think this should take us about 10 minutes. Yeah. Welcome the audience. I can see one hand there. Any other question? I can see 3 others there. Another one. May the lady go first, followed by, in order, from this side, the 3 that were there, and then lastly, the other member.
All right. Thanks, Moderator. If you can allow, we'll just take a series of questions, and then you'll respond as you close, please. Okay. So I'll start from...
Okay.
Thank you, Chair, and the panelists for great insights and the presentations that you have made to us. I particularly want to appreciate the presentation by Dr. James Onsando on commercialization of science. And when we are talking about commercialization, it means you have a product that you are giving out to the market. It means you have done quite a lot at the background, and what people are seeing is the result of what you have been doing. And that is something that is quite missing in our institutions, where we talk about so many things, be it in our learning institutions. There's a lot of theory that is going on. There's a lot of publications that are lying in shelves, others in journals. And what you know, you cannot commercialize it, because if something is in the journal, somebody can just read it out there, and there's nothing trickling down to you as the innovator or the initiator of what is there. So I'm standing here to reinforce what he's saying. Yesterday, I stood there and I challenged the governors that we need to move from rhetoric to results. We need to see tangible and sustainable projects being undertaken on the ground. I was coming to this conference. I knew this was going to be a leadership kind of conference. And as a university academia, I know a lot about leadership and management. And I feel that how do I commercialize what I know? And the chair, because of that, I have done a book called Results-Based Leadership. I came here with 20 copies. Now I'm just remaining with one. And this is what commercialization is all about. Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Chair, I have one question. My name is Mark Rabudi. I'm from the academia. I'm interested in AI and data. I would like to know if mining of data can support health financing. What normally happens that I can see the data you have has really supported uptake, but about health financing. I get really worried when little monies come to the counties, it's always pushed to buildings and health financing in the sense of curative and so on, but how about public health? Thank you.
Thank you. Just now move to the other side, really quick.
No. Can you repeat your question, sir? Because, do you mind? Let him repeat the question.
Can data support health financing?
Absolutely.
The data you have given is geared towards uptake.
Absolutely.
If you could just hold on to that. Sorry. Just so we finish up on the series of questions, and then you close, you respond as you close, please.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Juno Molo. I'm an independent consultant. I thank the chair for the good presentations that I have, and also for Professor Kamarogo. I think your presentation was very insightful. My question is, or rather comment, regarding PPP. The experience we've had is that there are lots of PPP initiatives that are taking place, really small projects. But from experience, I do realize that there's a lot of time that's taken through feasibility. So even if you have a financial, they take around 5 years with the counties, and then after 5 years, the counties say that there's no funding or they don't have a way of financing. So the project goes to waste. The community is highly expectant, and very beautiful projects do not continue. The second one is about non-communicable diseases. We know that we had COVID, but looking at epidemiology, you also know that there's an outbreak every 4 to 5 years to come. So there was SARS, there's bird flu, and the others that may come. So we're expecting another possible epidemic soon. And it's worrying if those COVID centers are not working, because what we do have is more like an ad hoc response. So my concern is that resources are going to waste. There's a lot of money that was used in terms of intervening the COVID, the lessons that were learned. And the third one is about hypertension. Me coming from this region, practically if you get into many homes, you'll hear women telling you, or men, "Angie, high blood pressure, I have high blood pressure." To me, it's almost a disaster, but it's not managed well. So I'm looking forward to a situation where we can have center of excellence, basically for people who are affected by high blood pressure, so that they can manage them, in addition to having a component of behavior change. Thank you.
I'm Jared Amwata. Jared Amwata, work for KEFRI. I want to thank all the presenters for very eye-opening presentations. I want to talk about commercialization of research and development. Dr. Nyanza has put it well, and that is what is happening. But I think there are different efforts in different institutions to open up. First, this is being driven by the inadequate resources. So you sit there and you can't do much because you are not funded. And this is forcing institutions to get out and partner with the different industries so that they can play a role in the production of some of the commercially viable products. In KEFRI, we are doing this through partnering with the different industries, participating in their activities, inviting them to our open forums so that they can share with us challenges that they have and areas that we can work together, look at our facilities which they can use to drive some of the processes. So I believe the initiative is going on, but the walls are still a bit rigid, but there's some good hope. Okay. To Professor Rogo, China is very successful in the health sector, and this is a dual system, conventional and non-conventional. And here in Kenya, there are also data which says that about 80% of people still consult herbalists. So what is the health sector doing about this? Thank you.
Morning, my name is Samuel Atula, Chief Officer Health, Migori County. 1 to 3 of the panelists, the lady from Lola Community Alliance. One, we appreciate the work you're doing in Migori County, thank you. And closely tied to the panelist on AI. A practical example is Zuri Health that is being done across the country through Safaricom initiatives. And that is a practical solution that you can help divest and devolve to the counties and also the community level. My question is, how can you help us develop and incubate AI interventions at the local level, in this case, Migori County? We are here to seek investments from all these partners. Number 2, to Dr. Onsando from JQuat. I think universities are the ivory towers of knowledge, and how you cascade this information and the research and any innovation is key to us achieving our objectives. An example is we need equipment in our hospitals. I was in JQuat. I believe we have done so many work in the innovation sector, but I've not seen them implemented in our counties. I graduated more than a decade ago. The JQuat Industrial Park is still there, but we still need hospital beds. We need the radiology machines. We still import them. What are you going to do about it, Santa?
Okay, so we'll take last but not the least question, and allow me to just take this as the last one, please.
My name is Billy Nyagaya from Migori County Department of Agriculture. Mine goes to Daktari from JKUAT. We appreciate some of your products like TCB. And I want to ask what happened with the project of mushroom, which is also one of the innovations. And maybe I missed one of the two of your products. What about the laptops and the wheelchair? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Before I hand over to the moderator to just do a wrap-up as you close, allow me to just ask our great delegates, please, in view of making it easy to cover and also to make sure that we can have a very engaging session, allow me to ask those of us who are at the back to just kindly move to the front, not to worry about the seats today. Please just come right to the front so that it's very easy for us to cover you. We're having this live on HPTV, and I think it'll make it easier if you're all a bit tight together. So please come right to the front. Just leave the first two rows unoccupied. So please come right to the front, kindly. And trust me, if you're at the back, the cushion seats are more comfortable. Mr. Moderator, allow me to just give you a minute each, please, so that you can kindly respond. I know you have a lot on your plate, but if you could just keep to that, because we are past our 1 hour scheduled time.
Yes. I'm going to answer the gentleman who talked about health financing. When you streamline your processes, automate your task, and reduce diagnostics, you have the ability to reduce cost. So yes, to answer your question, there's a way when you implement AI, it enables you to optimize your processes, and that eventually help in the reduction of cost, reduction of the health spend. And the question about the Migori County, how we can help the Migori County implement AI. Actually, Migori County is one of the counties that has made strides in utilizing AI in DNA, molecular diagnostic equipment at Migori County. So what we generally do at Scalable is we come, do an assessment, understand your data landscape, and we'll be able to work with you. I can definitely give you my contact and see how we can collaborate together. I think those are the only two questions I got from the AI perspective. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the questions. One was a compliment, and thank you very much for agreeing with my thinking. The question from KEFRI. Incidentally, I was chairman of KEFRI, so all this thinking is with KEFRI. Even that innovation funnel is with KEFRI. So I'm not surprised that KEFRI is a bit upstream on this. Yeah? But there are a lot of institutions in the country that are business as usual. KEFRI for sure should be moved. In fact, before I left, in my 3 years tenure, we were able to launch 2 commercial products. Yeah, so this tells you that it is working elsewhere, and it delivered, and it can deliver for the rest of the institutions. But on cost, public research institutions cannot leverage. Cost is not their thing, because you don't have a lot of money. Your thing is intellectual prowess. That's what you bring on board that other people don't have. So you have to leverage on your intellectual and your science, intellectual capability and your science, to come up with a prototype or a pilot, do a business case, profile it properly, in order to attract entrepreneurs and other companies to either co-invest with you or buy the technology or buy the product at some form of cost-sharing mechanism. So if you kept giving the excuse of money, everybody knows you don't have money. And you might not have money, but we all know that you have serious megabytes. Use these megabytes, because that is all you have that other people don't have. That's your comparative advantage. Finally, there was a question about products of Jomo Kenyatta, including the wheelchair and the laptops. The laptops that Jomo Kenyatta produces are normally bought by government. And if government doesn't buy, then we struggle to sell them. Why? Because there is nothing, there is no differentiation that can make that laptop different from what is in the bucket. That's why I talked about product differentiation, giving a comparative advantage to your product at the marketplace. So we are aware that if government doesn't buy from us, we have difficulty selling. And we have introduced a laptop in that funnel, and we hope to relaunch it with additions that are not in other laptops. On the wheelchair, we get orders here and there. It cannot survive as a business. That's why we have to use our engineering department to give us a wheelchair that is functionally more robust than wheelchairs that you find in the market. If that happens, then our wheelchair becomes a product of choice. That's what we are doing. And that's the thinking. If you are selling a product that everybody else sells, then you have serious competition. And then you cannot really attract anybody to put money into your product. Thank you very much.
Answering 4 questions in 1 minute is a joke. PPP, the ones you mentioned here, are big jokes. Proper PPP are not done that way. I did give you the prerequisites for PPP. It starts with proper engagement between public and private sector. It goes on with the laws and regulations before the investment comes in. We're not doing it the right way. The COVID investments, unfortunately, that we made as an emergency, as I mentioned here, are not being built on, and most of them are actually obsolete now. If Ebola came in right now across the border from Uganda, there is nothing that will help us because we have not built on what we invested in COVID. The question of center of excellence is used wrongly in our daily dialogue here. This region has the highest concentration of schools of health sciences in Kenya. 11 of them are within 100 kilometers of Kisumu. But our health outcomes are the opposite, showing that having these schools doesn't take you anywhere. 5 of them are within 50 kilometers of Kisumu medical schools, from Kisii to Masinde Muliro and all that. Ask yourself how you have those institutions, professors and students, but we have the worst health outcomes as a region in this country. Research and commercialization for the health sector, the biggest research institution is KEMRI. KEMRI has a budget of 10 billion a year. Only 2.7 billion is Kenyan money. The rest is external money. So most of their research and the rights of the products that come there don't belong to us. So we don't even talk about commercializing somebody else's research. So we've got to start paying for those researchers. Herbalists, I include them in the primary healthcare area, and I was not asked to talk about primary healthcare because it was highly specialized care, but they should be linked to the research, basic research that we're doing here, because the medicines that they're using are useful, and we should learn more about that. The key thing that we're talking about here, and specialized care, Nyanza, we don't have a single specialized care facility, none. And if we take the 4 areas, communicable diseases, we used to, before independence, have 1 specialized care area for leprosy. That is the Lupe. It's now diluted. Thereafter, we have nothing. No cardiac specialized area, no renal specialized area, no mental care area. We have no psychiatric hospital in the whole of Nyanza, and definitely no cancer center in the whole of Nyanza. What we've had is hot rhetorics, each county trying to do its own and do it badly. These things, as I said, require proper investment and continuous sustainability. So we've got to open a new chapter in terms of specialized care. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Prof, for your response. I want to thank the audience for their patience, for listening to the speakers carefully and asking questions. Now it is time for us to wrap up. And because the issue of investment is the main theme for this particular conference, I would like to ask the speakers to summarize what, in their view, would be actually a priority for investment in this area as a way of their advice to potential investors in areas that maybe very few challenges could be there, areas that may be very easy to enter, and so on and so forth. Just 1 minute, each one of you. Probably we could start from officially. Okay, the other person is not there. So we can start from you, and we'll go all the way up to the end.
Thank you. So our recommendation as a primary healthcare-led or community health-led organization, we would propose that more investments be made into using data and also implementation science for research. We have seen that Kenya has transitioned and looking towards expanding primary healthcare services from the community level to the level 1 to the specialized areas, level 6, as Prof has talked about. So additional investments in the primary healthcare, especially community health promoters, where our niche is, could also be an area of priority. Thank you.
Thank you. Within the healthcare technology space, one of the biggest challenges in Nyanza here is the idea that most of the systems that they use are siloed. What I mean by that, you'll find that the NGOs, the different NGOs that bring different systems for different diseases like HIV and others, their systems are siloed. One of the biggest things that we need to invest in is a comprehensive electronic medical record that is integrated so that they can speak to each other, they can speak to different counties. If the county governments within this area can unify and invest in a single, perhaps, electronic health record, that would be commendable. Research and development is key, training as well, training our workforce to be able to understand some of the healthcare technologies, including AI. Those are some of the recommendations. I did a while back some feasibility study within the Kisumu County to understand the healthcare landscape as it relates to health IT. And what I found is a lot of spaces have systems, but they don't use those systems. They still use the paper. So it is important that data is collected and centralized and be able to be used to analyze and understand the predictability. So that's one area that I feel that this area could invest in.
I don't know who's here from the Ministry of Agriculture. Kenya produces some of the finest French beans in the world. Nobody can beat Kenya on quality of French beans. The traditional areas in Kenya that grow French beans are saturated and they are plateaued. So French bean growing should be expanding to Nyanza and the Western province because we have the airport here to take these French beans to the EU. But there's an investment that is critical. The EU food safety law requires that products come from farmers with the traceability. In other words, if these products have a problem, they can trace to the farmer. That is for government to do, and that's why I asked who is here in government, in Ministry of Agriculture. Number two, there should be evidence that in the locality of that French bean growing, there is a residue analysis laboratory which is accredited, internationally accredited, which now convinces EU that these French beans do not have higher residues that they can deal with. If those two investments are done here, we will put a lot of money into farmers' pockets by somebody or government investing in a residue analysis laboratory and also empowering the farmers to be able to grow French beans and knowing the stage at which they harvest the French beans. The traditional Kenyan French beans growing regions are making money, a lot of money for many, many years. But they can't expand because they have utilized all their land. The other investment for this region is in blue economy, which is my favorite sidekick. It's not my main, but I love it. I love fisheries. In Kisumu here, there must be somebody who can build a world-class fish processing plant. This world-class fish processing plant will have all the laboratories that support this, including food safety laboratories, including microbial analysis laboratories, so that the market, which is EU, can comfortably give you authority to pack the fish here in Kisumu and take it to the market chain in EU directly. You will not go through a second party. All you need to do is build a fish processing plant with laboratories that have accreditation, and you gain trust to the consumers in the EU, and you will have a direct route of fish products from the lake here to the EU. I know that is happening with a lot of challenges. Yeah, a lot of challenges. And this plant will solve all those challenges. If there is an entrepreneur in the Middle East, that is an opportunity right there to make money, and a lot of money.
My topic was specialized healthcare. The budgets of our health budgets of our counties coming from the exchequer, 70 to 80% goes into salaries. there is nothing left for investment. There's not a single county in Nyanza that can buy a radiotherapy machine on its own. It would have to take several of them working together to do that. If you want these things to happen while we who are in here are still alive, it has to be through public-private partnership. The investment is not with the government. We have to start attracting private investors to bring in, and we put our resources together to make this possible. What we are doing at the moment at the county level in terms of that kind of excellent care is way below par. Let's take renal care. Dialysis is not an end game in renal care. It is supposed to be a step towards something else, which is renal transplant. So putting people on dialysis and thinking that the game is over is wrong. You're only halfway. We cannot run a proper cardiac unit in these so-called teaching and referral hospitals. The equipment and the maintenance is not there. We have to get the right equipment, maintain them with the right staff and the incentives. And there are people willing to come and invest here. Unfortunately, we are not creating incentives for these people to come in. I mentioned to you that the first pharmaceutical manufacturing that's coming to Nyanza is a med editors one that is coming to Kibos and should start producing the first tablets in the next 2 years. But it has taken a hell of a lot of dialogue. Public sector still sees the private sector as a competitor in health. They do not see them as a compatriot with whom they can work together. So if I say nothing else, let's open doors to investors. Let us create an enabling environment where people can come in and we create centers of excellence. But those centers will not serve our people if the care is not affordable. Out-of-pocket expenditure is not the way to access specialized care. Specialized care is expensive everywhere in the world. It will impoverish everybody. So our planning has to be done in an appropriate manner so that the insurance schemes that are there, whether it is SHA or whatever, can be able to help people access care. But the need for that specialized care, which is expensive, can be reduced if primary and secondary care is done well. Hypertension does not need specialized care when it starts. It can be done at the primary care level. And that coverage then has to be there. Until we form good filters that take care of most things in their early stages, then we need less of highly specialized care. And when we need less of highly specialized care, we can create an environment in which they can be done affordably for the people who need to get that specialized care. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Prof. I think I can now hand it back to you. Okay, thanks.
Any final remarks from the moderator?
Final remarks. I just want to thank the speakers. I think they have brought out areas that can be looked at in terms of actual investment in the region. So I want to thank them. That's all I have to say. Yep.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. That has been Dr. Matthew Moma. Let's please give him a round of applause together with an eminent team of panelists. Prof, I think you left it really challenging us as well, looking at the healthcare systems, and I think I'll emphasize on that with our next speaker. But for now, allow me to excuse the panelists. They'll stand here for a group photo. and after which I'll give direction into the next bit of the program. So you can stand and then come here. Okay, let's give them a final round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. That has been the Agriculture, Food Security, Nutrition, and Health panel discussion. This marks the end of our parallel sessions. This was 5, 6, and 7. I also just want to announce, in case you're out there and you are the environmental, thank you very much, panelists, appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. If you're part of the, if you're still out there and you're at the breakout tent 1 and breakout tent 2, because I know you can hear me thanks to the outdoor speakers, please make your way into the main tent as we plan for the last bit of the program, and at the home stretch being the closing ceremony. But before I do that, allow me to just this indeed is an investor conference, and it will not be fair for us to close without hearing intimately from the investors themselves, how they found the conference, what are some of the deals they're making. A quick deal that has been made was on this book, Results-Based Leadership. This is by Dr. Daniel Masaga Barente. I know I'm not supposed to do a promo, but because he was a moderator here on the education panel, I think it's only fair that we contribute to the fountain of knowledge, as you mentioned. He came with 19 books, and this is the final book. So I'm going to have an auction here. So in case you want to take the final book of Results-Based Leadership, Unlocking Organizational Potential and Maximizing Opportunities, going once. What's your prize? Anyway, thank you so much. You got it. Please introduce yourself.
My name is Celine Okello, Senior Business Development Manager at KCB.
Thank you. So there you have it. Results-Based Leadership by Masaga. Thank you as well for being a great team player in this process. The next gentleman I'm about to introduce was, the last speaker at the East Africa Regional Global Health Summit. This took place last week at Mombasa, where the conversation on manufacturing and the vaccine production came to the fore. And BioVax really is at the center of this in trying to really ensure that we can actually be vaccine manufacturers here. Being the chair, Honorable Dr. Mishra is really front and center in ensuring that we can have local manufacturing of vaccines. So it was a rich presentation. Allow me, before we have the others as well join us, to give him just a few minutes to take us through the conversation on BioVax and why, as investors, you need to pay attention on this, and also as healthcare professionals, that this is indeed the future. So please, Honorable Mishra, Daktari, Karibu on stage. If you can have his presentation loaded up, please. He deserves a round of applause. Please, ladies and gentlemen, let's give a round of applause to Dr. Mishra.
Sound. Thank you very much. Good morning. To all protocols observed, today we are going to speak about vaccine, Kenya, and Africa. Please, the first slide. First slide. This is in between. Yeah. The future of vaccine manufacturing in Africa. Next, please. This is the man called Edward Jenner. In 1795, he produced and invented the first vaccine against smallpox, and he's also called the father of immunology of the creation. Next. As Our Excellency, our President of Kenya says, local manufacturing is essential to universal health coverage. Having local manufacturing capacity is an insurance for us of supply even when we have difficult times globally. True indeed. Next, please. Today, COVID pandemic exposed the whole world, whether you are developing, you are developed or underdeveloping, whatever the country, the state of affairs, that we have a weakness to fight with the pandemic, endemic, or that to public health or preventable health diseases. Africa imports 98% of vaccine, and Kenya is 100% vaccine. And as far as manufacturing of pharmaceuticals are concerned, we are importing 70% of them. Next, please. The overview about the BioVax, I won't talk much, but I'll tell you, the vision of BioVax is to create the world free of vaccine-preventable diseases. The mission is to manufacture and commercialize the effective, quality, affordable vaccines, and also high-end pharmaceuticals and also some technologies apart from the diagnostics. Next, please. This is the time schedule, what happened about our vaccine. Before pandemic, in 2020 to 22, 19, the Gavi, the international community, has written, who supplies us free vaccine to Kenya, wrote a letter to the government of Kenya in 2019 that after 10 years, that is 2029, they are not going to supply any free vaccines because Kenya is upgraded from low income to middle income country. So 2029 December will be the last free vaccines we'll get. That is 2019. So upon that 2020, we had a commission for the local vaccine manufacturing. And 2022, 2020 and 22, we have pandemic vaccine, that is a dire emergency, and opened our eyes that we have to manufacture locally our vaccines. Then you are seeing all the time period. Upon that, September 2021, Kenya BioVax Institute was born in Nairobi, headquarters being in Embakasi. Now our office is in Upper Hill, and our first fill and finish, which I'm going to talk, factory is in Embakasi, already instituted. Then 23, and you know, these are ongoing projects and steps went on. Then 23 to 2026 end, we want to achieve our first fill and finish vaccine manufacturing unit, and it will be ready for use both after trial in Embakasi by 26 December, God willing. 23-27, Kenya is 24 October, was included Health Emergency Preparedness Readiness Project. That is a world organization where we are out of 6 countries in Africa, we are one of them. And it is a multi-agency and multi-factorial, multi-nation where to help each other in the emergency situations. 2027, but now we are asking for another 2 years, 2029. We want to make a complete end-to-end manufacturing of vaccine that is in cold storage, fill and finish, animal farming, research and development, and also real end-to-end manufacturing. And we are thinking, and we are already, we got the land, 100 acres, by governor of Eldoret. So the headquarters, we want to be in Eldoret. Thank you. Next slide, please. These are the strategic partnership. We want first regulatory harmonization. Regulatory, we want to do already partner with WHO, World Health Organization, and also African Medical Agency. Locally, we are partnering with Pharmacy Poison Board and Quality Control National Laboratory. Our industries, that is drug substance, APIs, packaging, energy, financing, we are already partnering with Indonesia, Biopharma, SK agencies, bioagency, that is SK Bioscience from South Korea, International Vaccine Institute, Serum Institute of India. Locally, we are also with KEMRI, Primate Institute, Kenya Primate Institute, and also World Health Organization, CDC, Africa. Research and development, technology transfer, intellectual property, as you know, we need a lot of collaboration, like United States Pharmacopoeia, IVI, locally also like Kabarak University, National Defense University, and so on and so forth. We are already on partners, and many partnering we are doing this year. Next slide. And then, last one is very important with our own government. We need some solid support and assurance and performance from the government of Kenya that we want first, we call it, no, let it be that one, then we'll go on there. We need advance procurement agreement with the government of Kenya, at least $10 million in write-up, that is 1 billion shilling. That will facilitate a lot of achievement for financing and regulatory and also manufacturing technology. Similarly, other African countries we are negotiating. We are in Egypt. I just came back yesterday with all our team in the CDC Africa and Gavi, and all the institutions were there with 14 member countries of Africa. We are going to help each other for agreement about procurement from Kenya. As we know, 5 countries in Africa are in advanced stage: Rwanda, South Africa, Senegal, another 2 countries also there. That is, one is, sorry, I forgot. So these are countries are already in advanced stage to produce manufacturing in Africa. Also, we need from Kenya government exemption of the taxes for the products and the substances and exports for raw materials. We need also 700 million Kenya shilling minimum for the recurrent budget per year, 600 million per development, though we just received $80 million from World Bank for the fill and finish, and we are also under privilege to get $300 million from Exim Bank South Korea for the end-to-end manufacture in Eldoret. And the real proposal is $1 billion this year to get externally our financial support. Also, we want Pharmacy Poison Board maturity level 3 achievement is very important to regulate the products and the manufacturing, and also National Quality and Control National Laboratory to upgrade for the human resource and manufacturing infrastructure also. Next, please. This is the way forward. We need infrastructure that, as I told you, land is already given. We have to do cold storage. Cold storage will not only help to, when we achieve our vaccines fill and finish or manufacturing, but also international community who are supplying other African countries, sub-Saharan African countries, we can store for them so that we make some money out of it for our future endeavors. Supply chain, equipment, machinery already procured for fill and finish. Research and development is very important, not only for the product quality, international accreditation, but also it is very important to know the recruitment quality talent. BioVax, we don't need political appointmentees. We need real intellectuals. And I know Nyanza has a lot of intellectuals. I was told if you throw a small stone, it hits a professor, many professors. So, so we need from Nyanza a great support for BioVax as well as the real brain and great brains. And technology transfer is very important, and for the quality, and of course, for the swift manufacturing, and then we will do commercializing not only Kenya, but outside Africa and in Africa. Okay, manufacturing, commercialization, and G2G, government to government agreements, which we need also our leadership, all leaders in Kenya, even at the county level, leaders can tell to other African countries to help us in commercializing our own vaccine. Thank you. Next. This is, the left side is already, this is the factory, which is one small portion in Embakasi. If you want to visit, we can arrange that. And the future in Eldoret, this is our future projected 3D of factory vaccine of Kenya. Next. To achieve the universal health coverage, we need availability, affordability, accessibility, acceptability with universal health coverage with vaccine production. Because, as you know, my boss is here, my teacher, Professor Kamarogo. He is a world figure in gynecology, oncology, but very few people, Kenyans, know about that, but whole world knows him, and he was a great man and a great teacher. Sir, as you know, in medicine, not only the preventive, preventive, diagnostic, curative, prognostic, and palliative medicine complete package to give rise to universal health coverage, not only curative. So, vaccine will play a big role for the achieving of universal health coverage. Next, please. Strengthening global health security requires collaboration across the borders. No country can tackle health threats alone. We must work together to build resilient health systems and invest in preparedness to ensure that we can respond effectively to future health crises. Excellency, Dr. William Samoei Ruto. His vision is to achieve universal health coverage in Africa, in Kenya, and one day, if we work together through this Father of Health of Africa, Excellency Ruto will achieve it. Next, please. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Thank you so much. Please let's appreciate Chairman Mishra as well. Kind of a testament as well. I've seen investors who are quite keen to plug into the vaccine opportunities we have, thanks to BioVax. I think being here, and before I let him sit, perhaps there's any quick intervention, question, and engagement. But of course, because Prof, you are rightfully mentioned, and being that you're there representing the healthcare experts, perhaps allow me to invite you as a discussant in the potential of Kenya's vaccine manufacturing. As I look for the hands, maybe on that side.
I thank my student, Dr. Mishra, for the compliment. The two things that we ought to appreciate here, that if nothing else, COVID taught Africa one lesson. You cannot keep relying on bringing products from outside. Because when the planes stop flying, you still have to stay alive. And this is what's driving local production. And this is now a world undertaking that Africa must be supported to produce on its own. The big question is Africa willing to take this up? The second thing that comes out of this is that this is a public-private partnership. The government can't do it alone. So if the whole government of Kenya can't do it alone, how come the counties are attempting to do things on their own? This is emphasizing what I was saying earlier, that our ministries of health and our counties must start being more outward looking in terms of the collaboration that is required to achieve excellence. Third, that Dr. Misha has emphasized, is the availability of highly trained and intelligent people in Kenya. The only problem that we have in the manufacturing area is that we've not been training in industrial pharmacy. So we train retail pharmacists, but not industrial pharmacy. And that's an area where, again, there's an opportunity for our institutions to do that. And institutions, as I said earlier, that train in health sciences are many in Nyanza. So some of them ought to move out of the routine training to start specializing in industrial pharmacy, because that's exactly what we're going to need for biovacs and many other things that we need to have on board. And finally, the focus on market. The people who buy things have a habit of giving priority to things from outside. So I think what's being said there by Dr. Mishra, that our government must be the first client, and it must convince other governments to buy from us. Because when we buy from elsewhere, then we take all our money away, and we cannot reinvest it here. And finally, it is the question of trust. We must also start trusting our own products and our own people. And that's where I agree with you, Dr. Mishra, that when we want to create institutions of excellence, the nepotism must be thrown away. People must be appointed at the county level, at any level, on the basis of qualification and productivity, and nothing more than that. Those are my comments.
Thank you, Professor. I will just have comments to that. Biovacs, it used to be Biovac, is in South Africa. Why we are X? It is not only vaccines, but in the period it is all manufacturing of pharmaceuticals. And Kenya might be the first country in Africa will manufacture pharmaceuticals for in public sector and self-sufficient with quality control and cost effectiveness. Because we ourselves will control the quality for our children. There is no parent, when Western world and whatever they say, that we will give you accreditation. Why African Union is not making our own strong and robust quality control and accreditation, so we can sell to each other and make money ourselves? Number one. Number two, it is a limited company, Biovacs. Biovacs is a limited company, a state corporation, so public-private partnership is always, it is there, and we are always welcoming it. Another thing I'll tell you, that Biovacs need good talents. Kenya, after joining Biovacs, I came to know many Kenyans are in top positions in the world, in a very intellectual brain drain is there outside the country. Our CEO, who just left us 1 month before, he was, before joining Biovacs, he was vice president of AstraZeneca. Now, 3 years after Biovacs, he left to CEPI, director of CEPI in Scandinavian countries, to the World Economic Forum Davos. But he will be good luck that he will be also monitoring whole Africa vaccine. So the recruitment should be with quality recruitment, without interference, and number two, good in remuneration and incentives. You don't give money, people get money outside, then run away. And please, if you want cheap people, then forget about vaccine, forget about high-end medicine. Thank you. Professor, one thing I also want to tell about your comment. In our country, we have to achieve specialized healthcare. We need two things: strong curriculum in the medical education with proper. We don't want to open an education just like because of we want a name in the registration of the companies. We need proper prerequisites how to start a medical school. Because without practical hands-on, they won't be doctors, they will be something else. Number two, the regulatory board to give the hospitals, it is very important to achieve the quality and affordable health quality care, because 2-bedroom house can become a hospital nowadays. 5-bedroom house is a level 4, level 5 hospital in Kenya. So please, let us sit down and do those things, and thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Great. Any questions? Thank you so much. Dr. Mish, I'll also give you another opportunity as well, perhaps during the closing ceremony for your final thoughts. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. I would like now to invite you to this another session. Yes, we have a short video that kind of gives you a highlight into what we have been doing so far. But before we play the video, maybe this is an opportunity that I ask that even as investors, even as delegates, my only hope and prayer is that we've gotten to interact. We've gotten to engage. I'll still call upon the ones who are still sitting at the back to come right to the front. Don't worry about the seating arrangement. We have just the first 2 rows reserved, okay? So please make your way to the front seats. Yeah. I would like to give a special shout out and mention to Duncan Onyango. Duncan Onyango is the CEO of Trade Catalyst Africa. Duncan, if you just please stand and wave. I know I didn't ask you to speak, but let's appreciate him, please. I think as a son of the soil, it's good to see that he's made time as well to attend the conference happening in his backyard. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be expecting the arrival of a few dignitaries. This conference will be closed by the Cabinet Secretary in charge of medium small enterprises. That's Dr. Wycliffe from Betso Parenya, who will be joining us as the chief guest for this closing ceremony. We'll also be hearing for a communique, basically the 10 deliberations and key takeaways. I would like to call it the Siala communique that will be delivered by none other than Tom Shindi shortly. But before we do, and as I ask the sponsors and partners, thank you. So just before, let me have Mr. Yusuf Chanzu. Mr. Yusuf Chanzu, if you could please come up. Yep. Thank you very much. Before I invite Yusuf Chanzu to speak as in his capacity as chairman of the National Housing Corporation, please allow me to play a video that gives a highlight of the journey so far.
Karibu Dala Kisumu for the International Investment Conference.
I think it's a unique opportunity that is going to give people in this region a platform to showcase their creativity, their potential, and their business to the world.
So empowerment is very important, not only information, but also economic empowerment. So if the governments empower the local businesses, as they say, then we will be competitive internationally and regionally, and we'll take our products abroad.
Like I said, Nyanza is very raw. So if we get the right people to go there, then they're able to open it up. We've got Abundu Hot Springs. That's the name I was looking for. So if you look at the hot springs area, they're very wide. There are a number of things you can do there. For people who want nature trails, we have the space in Nyanza. We have lots of land in Nyanza that could be put to good use. If you look at people who like, the high adrenaline sports and activities, we've got the space, we've got the facilities for it. So I think in terms of the resources that we have, culturally, the natural environment, we have a lot to offer, and mostly because it's still untapped. So while it's still untapped, it's the best time to come and take advantage of it.
I have seen governors speak of what is happening in their regions.
Our attraction must not be based on the count of votes, but rather the countless ventures and opportunities and our return on economic investment. We are not waiting for change. We are creating that change ourselves. We are embracing Nyanza's potential, breaking free from the chains of our past and reaching for the stars.
Nyanza in general and the LREB region, we need to do two things. Identify all the key economic opportunities within the LREB, for it is only through this that the bloc shall unlock sectors with greater potential and untapped resources.
We've heard what are the priorities for this region. The two dams, one here between Kericho and Kisumu, the other one in Nyamira, Magwagwa then. Then there are some flagship factories like the sweet potato one in Korea. I was taking notes, and I take notes everywhere I go. And I must carry home what the people of Nyanza want from national government. Between myself and my colleagues, cabinet colleagues, and the entire team, I want to promise you, the 9 or so priorities which have been repeated here, the ring road, I don't know, the 2 dams, the factory, the abattoir, we will go out of our way to make sure that we do them. So that we can now, even if we don't achieve everything, we can say we've done this percentage of the commitments we had made.
This is what we want. We want to see what the government is doing, and we want to see the people saying whether this is happening. You see, we are seeing the national government, we are seeing the county government, and we are seeing the people. So this to me is a plus. This is what we want to see.
So we are looking at a situation where we are going to match the interests of the investors with the economic opportunities available within the Nyanza region. And at the tail end of this conference, we should be able to have certain pacts signed, development pacts signed between the counties and the investors.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. You're the ones who've made it happen. We want to appreciate everyone behind the scenes as well who've part of this production. Please give a round of applause to Homeboys, Homeland, Itoya. Thank you so much, guys. Great production there. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. Great work, people. Now, at this point, Yusuf Chanzu, who's the Chairman of National Housing Corporation, will take a few minutes to just tell us about the potential in the housing sector, particularly in the affordable housing. And after which, we'll also hear from Mominul, who's the CEO of real estate as well, a real estate investor. So, karibu sana, and over to you.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Yeah, I just wanted to, my name is Honorable Yusuf Chanzu. I trained as a quantity surveyor in the University of Nairobi and did a master's degree in construction management and in Edinburgh. And then I served as chief quantity surveyor, and then I went to politics. Served in a number of ministries as assistant minister, water, energy, labor, local government, and so on. I've also been the vice chairman of Public Investment Committee in Parliament. And I've served a number of boards, National Consolidated Bank, CCK, Communication Authority, and now the chairman of National Housing. Now, the other day, I think it was the first day, there was an issue that was being discussed about affordable housing and so on. But I think the time for us to raise issues or to make adjustments on what was being said, we didn't have enough time. And I think what has happened in this country, and this is mainly the reason why I want really to thank the following people. I want to thank the head of state, President William Ruto, because for him accepting to come and be the chief guest in this function. I think that is what made my friend Owalo and the team work at the much they have done. Because I was congratulating Eliud Owalo just before we started, a few days before, telling him that we have attended one like this in Homa Bay last year, which looked wonderful. And there was one also in, I think in Kisumu and Kakamega. But I was telling him that what he had achieved, he should know what he had achieved, but he did not seem to realize what I was saying. Bringing together for 6 counties. You saw what the governor of, the governors from Nyamira and the governor from Kisii was saying yesterday, that when you are planning anything to do with Nyanza, you don't think about those areas. And that is true, because I think all of us have associated Nyanza with the Luo community and so on. So it's a very big achievement to be able to bring all the people I've seen here from the time when we started on Thursday up to today, the kind of expertise. And so I really thank the president. I thank Eliud Owalo and his team of professionals under him and Jeff Olende and many others who I cannot mention here, who made it possible. And of course, the host governor, and the fact that the deputy president, our friend Professor Kindiki, managed to have time to come and open on behalf of the president. In fact, I was just looking at this social media, and so what he was telling us was true. He was actually rushing back to go and see of the president to go to Dar es Salaam. Now, the sector, building or construction, has undergone a lot of changes, and what is the most remarkable issue about construction, which I think the president has been trying to address, but people don't seem to understand, including even some of the people in the offices, is that when you got a lot of construction, you got a lot of activity. Because everybody is engaged, manufacturers are engaged, producers of chakula are engaged, everybody. So that's why we say that construction industry or sector is an indicator of the progress a government or a country is making. So initially, President Uhuru had 500,000 units per year in his manifesto. They were not able to achieve it. Now President Ruto reduced it to 250,000 per year, and later on reduced to 200. And the bulk of it is being handled by the Ministry of Housing, the Department of Housing and Urban Development. But specifically, National Housing Corporation, created in about 70 years ago, was basically under Cap 117 of the laws of Kenya, was to be able to implement government programs and projects on construction. But you see, with politics, things keep on changing. Like, there are many people who don't know the reason why we ended up having so many ministries. You know, when President Kibaki became president, he created a government of 22 ministries. But when we had some kind of disagreements, we got the gentleman who came to moderate. Now, when President Kibaki now was joined by Prime Minister Raila, there was need to create another 22 ministries. So we ended up having 44 ministries. And up to today, those ministries are still there. You have maybe about 20-something ministers, but you have got all these permanent secretaries, all those, with all the attendant costs. So there are quite a lot of things that need to be done for us to be able to adjust. So right now, when I was chief conservator, it was Minister of Public Works, the engineers, architects, and conservators who are dealing with the design of projects. But I think with the changes that have taken place, the housing department was only supposed to deal with the maintenance of government houses and allocating houses to civil servants and public officers and dealing with maintenance. But right now they're involved in majority of it. What they only need is capacity. And of course, we have got the regulations which regulate all these bodies, whether it is engineers, whether it is architects, whether it is doctors. But sometimes we take politics so much ahead that we end up overlooking what the standards should be followed. And that's why we were saying that sometimes you end up having these buildings collapsing and so on, because you don't have, you have what we call them quack architects or whatever you call them. And I think it is in a forum like this where we need to create awareness that let us get the right professionals to do the right job, whether it's a doctor, whether it is. In fact, I was talking to my brother here yesterday. I was saying that if you took somebody like somebody who has been a teacher and people know his track record, and you take him to a school or a university, people don't question. But if you bring somebody who people don't know, people keep on asking, what kind of person is this? So I think the main issue what I wanted to address is that affordable housing is a reality. If you go to developed countries, go to China, go to places like Japan. In fact, Japan right now, they have got more houses than the people want to occupy them. But the government is the one which is providing housing. Now, I said here the other day, but it was not very clear. Affordable housing is not the same as low-cost housing. Low-cost housing, you can even do something with some shields, you know, even timber and so on. You can even use material like something where there is security, and as long as that material is cheap, that is low-cost housing. But affordable housing, we wanted the Kenyans to know that the land, public, all this land belongs to us, all of us as Kenyans. And the government holds that land in trust. Now, the affordable housing, land is zero-rated, wherever it is. Like if the governor here were to give either ourselves as a corporation, National Housing Corporation, or the Ministry of Housing land to put up housing, the land belongs to the people of Kisumu. So the land is zero-rated. That's why the houses are cheap. And I'm saying this. When some of us left university, we went maybe to stay in a place like, if you are in Nairobi, you're playing in a place like Buruburu, Kibera or somewhere, you're paying rent. Maybe at the age of 24, 25, 23. By the time you get to the age of 60, you hand over the key to the landlord. There's a matatu to come and take you to where they were calling Nyarugunga. Today, that should not be the case. These houses which are being put up like one bedroom, which are very good houses. In fact, I would like to encourage Yesterday, the minister was talking, when she was talking about the project being done, she forgot to mention a project like Homa Bay, which is being done by National Housing Corporation. Those who have got time, if they look at the quality and the standard of the housing, you can't believe it. And it is because it is affordable housing, the land is zero rated. Now you find a house which is about 1 bedroom should be going for about 1 million to 1.5 million shillings, which means even somebody earning 35,000 shillings, not even a university graduate, somebody from a polytechnic earning 35, 40,000, should be able to pay about 15,000 shillings per month for about 15 to 20 years, and the house is yours. Because as we stand here, Kenya belongs to all of us. You don't have to say that, oh, I come from Kisumu, I come from Kakamega. In any case, if you look at a city like Nairobi, I was looking at some of the history about Nairobi. In the year 1904, Nairobi was like a Maasai village. But it has taken all of us, those who came from all over the place, to go and invest in Nairobi. That's why it is a city. So why can't we make our towns and our areas better? So this is the reason why we are saying that we would like to collaborate with governors. Those who can, I don't think those who can, they should be able to provide land for us to be able to put up houses for our younger people, those who are working in Juakali, like the ones who are demonstrating here the other day, they should be able to get houses very cheaply without having to have a problem. Where I come from in Vihiga, the minister we had before, the Minister of Housing, I talked to him and I told him, I cannot be moving all over the country and I've got no project in my place. So that's why we were able to start the one in Kakamega, which are 220 units, and Vihiga again 220. People are talking about it, but about 2 weeks ago, when President was around and I went there, I found that out of 220 houses, about 190 have already been allocated. So I think I don't want to say a lot of things. I just want to say that it's a true thing. And I'm talking from professional background. I've got a lot of knowledge in construction, so I cannot be. What the president has been saying, I think what people are not understanding, when president said that we shall be able to employ, at the end of the year, 1 million people will have gotten jobs. It was true because we were saying, on every unit that is being put up, if it can employ five youngsters, 5 times 200,000 units, that's 1 million. Of course, the figures will vary because there are problems sometimes of finance constraints and materials and so on, and organization. But then later on, there was some kind of resentment. You know, people asking, how can the president tell us our children have gone up to university? How can he tell us that our children should go and get jobs on site? That's why when he was in Embu 2 years ago, he realized that and he changed it and the narrative, and he said engineers, quantity surveyors, and architects will be able to get jobs. And it is true, that's the arrangement we have. But just like I said, there are some people who are running the sector, but they don't understand. But the idea is that if we have got a project here, and we have got quantity surveyors or architects, even if the designs are standard because they are government designed, we should be able to get supervision and so on done by engineers, architects, and quantity surveyors, and so on. So everybody will be able to get work. So hayo ndio machache ningependa kusema. Other issues we can discuss as we go along. So, but what I just wanted to say is that I really appreciate this initiative by Owalo and his team. And in fact, I also want to appreciate the Minister of Finance, the CS for Finance, because he called us for a meeting just to go and find out if some of us, there were CEOs from parastatals and senior officers from government, just to go and see whether we can be able to support, and we said we are going to support it. And the idea that this is only for, there are 6 counties, and we have got neighboring counties because you had Governor Anyang' Nyong'o, who is the chairman of the region. You know, we have got his vast area. We are talking about Vihiga, we are talking about Kakamega, we are talking about Western Gishu, and so on. And if you go to countries like China now, the local tourism is generating a lot of money. If we don't have the kind of politics we have of this tribalism and so on, we should be able to get people from Mount Kenya to come and see what is happening around the lake, and we should be able to get people from the lake to go and see what's happening around Mount Kenya because they are very good tourist sites all over the place. So thank you so much. Jeff, I was just saying, you did a wonderful job, and this is why we are here. And we'd like you to keep it up and attract many more, and let other areas also copy from this. that we can make Kenya better than we found it. Thank you so much.
So, 1, 2. Thank you so much. Looking at the affordable housing potential, ladies and gentlemen, that has been Mheshimiwa Yusuf, who's the chairman at the National Housing Corporation. Let's give him another round of applause, please. Speaking announcement, we have KCB in the house. KCB, we have expecting the Director of Corporate Banking, John Okulo. If not, if we can just kindly cue the video on KCB. We want to appreciate all our sponsors and partners. Thank you so much. We'll have the video by KCB, representing the other partners as well. But if there's any sponsor and partner, LREB, thank you so much. They're all listed as well, and we'll be playing their logos on screen of all our sponsors and partners for our Nyanza International Conference. So thank you so much. But for now, if we can kindly appreciate the video message from KCB as our anchor sponsor. Thank you.
At KCB, we deeply value the pivotal role that PBO's public benefit organizations play in our society in addressing the needs of vulnerable communities, influencing policy on local and emerging global challenges. As a bank, we understand that true transformation happens when diverse stakeholders collaborate with purpose.
The purpose of this discussion is for us as the financial partner to listen as you tell us how we can partner, collaborate for scaling and for social transformation.
For the last 128 years, been about people, and the footprint that we leave and intend to continue to leave is one of leaving things better.
How do we create the right partnerships? How do we address a lot of these social impact aspirations that we have that are often constrained by not having the right partnerships, the right smart solutions? So those are the questions I have to leave with you.
One of the key insights from our work in regulating the NGO sector is the immense potential and capacity for innovation, accountability, and impact that partnerships can bring.
Tech is sector agnostic. It's not something that should only be focused on in a particular sector, and it should be used as an enabler for us to be able to see transformation in agriculture and in different sectors.
In the space of mass entrepreneurship, and be it in propagation, be it in certification, be it in business development support, that's what the KCB Foundation is there for. In addition to what it is the KCB Foundation can do in terms of working with young people to make them ready to become seed entrepreneurs, we also have an expansive branch network.
I encourage the initiative by KCB and KCB Foundation to come in and support this area as one which employs more than 70%, more than 60% of people, and be able to achieve food security on this continent, and through the technologies increase the income and lift many smallholders from poverty to a better life.
Together we can transform challenges into opportunities. Thank you for trusting KCB as your partner. We don't take this for granted.
For the support towards the making this conference come to fruition.
Welcome to Kisumu City, Kenya's lakeside gem, a hub of vibrant history, culture, and promising horizons. From its foundation to its city status, Kisumu tells a story of resilience, transformation, and opportunity. Our journey begins in the late 19th century as Kisumu emerged as a vital railway terminus and trade center by the shores of Lake Victoria. Originally a small port town, Kisumu's strategic position at the lake head shaped its early prosperity and established it as a cornerstone of commerce in the western region. Under the leadership of Governor Professor Nyang'nyong'o, Kisumu is undergoing transformative development. The city spans 297 square kilometers and is home to approximately 650,000 residents. It serves as Kenya's third largest city and the economic hub of the lake region. In 2017, Kisumu marked a historic transition.
Paranya, who's a chief guest for this closing ceremony. Let's give him a round of applause. He's accompanied by our conference patron as well, and together with our host governor, Excellency Nyang'nyong'o. Thank you. Thank you. I will. Very well. You may take your seats, please. Okay. Shall we settle down? Thank you to our chief guests for the Nyanza International Conference closing ceremony. Honorable Dr. Wycliffe Mbeso Paranya was the Cabinet Secretary for Cooperatives, MSMEs, and also the founding chairman of LREB. To our host governor, Your Excellency Nyang'nyong'o, to our conference patron, the Deputy Chief of Staff in the Office of the President, Eli Dewalo, all protocols observed. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning to you. I know you're looking at your watches. You thought I didn't get that right. It's just about 2 minutes to noon, so we're still in the morning side. And right exactly at this point in time, as per schedule, we are to have this conversation, which will give us a way forward. My name is Laban Cliff. Honored to have been with you over the last 3 days, just trying to lead the deliberations into the business conversation and investment conversations taking place. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to just give guidance. We have a few highlights in case you just joined us or you might have not been with us since day one. So allow me now to just give you a teaser into the journey thus far. And we have a highlight video that will be playing shortly before I invite the speakers to take the stage.
Karibu Dala Kisumu for the International Investment Conference.
I think it's a unique opportunity that is going to give people in this region a platform to showcase their creativity, their potential, and their business to the world.
So empowerment is very important, not only information, but also economic empowerment. So if the governments empower the local businesses, as they say, then we will be competitive internationally and regionally, and we'll take our products abroad.
Like I said, Nyanza is very raw. So if we get the right people to go there, then they're able to open it up. We've got Abundu Hot Springs. That's the name I was looking for. So if you look at the hot springs area, They're very wide. There are a number of things you can do there. For people who want nature trails, we have the space in Nyanza. We have lots of land in Nyanza that could be put to good use. If you look at people who like, the high adrenaline sports and activities, we've got the space, we've got the facilities for it. So I think in terms of the resources that we have, culturally, the natural environment, we have a lot to offer, and mostly because it's still untapped. So while it's still untapped, it's the best time to come and take advantage of it.
I have seen governors speak of what is happening in their regions.
Our attraction must not be based on the count of votes, but rather the countless ventures and opportunities and our return on economic investment. We are not waiting for change. We are creating that change ourselves. We are embracing Nyanza's potential, breaking free from the chains of our past and reaching for the stars.
Nyanza in general and the LREB region, we need to do two things. Identify all the key economic opportunities within the LREB, for it is only through this that the bloc shall unlock sectors with greater potential and untapped resources.
We've heard what are the priorities for this region. The two dams, one here between Kericho and Kisumu, the other one in Nyamira, Magwagwa. Then there are some flagship factories like the sweet potato one in Kuria. I was taking notes, and I take notes everywhere I go. And I must carry home what the people of Nyanza want from national government. Between myself and my colleagues, cabinet colleagues, and the entire team, I want to promise you, the 9 or so priorities which have been repeated here, the ring road, I don't know, the 2 dams, the factory, the abattoir, we will go out of our way to make sure that we do them. So that we can now, even if we don't achieve everything, we can say we've done this percentage of the commitments we had made.
This is what we want. We want to see what the government is doing, and we want to see the people saying whether this is happening. You see, we are seeing the national government, we are seeing the county government, and we are seeing the people. So this to me is a plus. This is what we want to see.
So we are looking at a situation where we are going to match the interests of the investors with the economic opportunities available within the Nyanza region. And at the tail end of this conference, we should be able to have certain pacts signed, development pacts signed between the counties and the investors.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Please give a round of applause to every one of you and everyone behind the scenes who made this happen. Thank you as well to Homeboys for the production. I want to recognize, ladies and gentlemen, Principal Secretary, Madam Susan Mangeni, PS MSMEs, and also PS Elijah Mwangi, who's PS Mining. Let's give them a round of applause, please. So, Cabinet Secretary, I would like to just give you an overview into the conversations behind the scenes, and largely this is an investment conversation. We've heard from the investors. Perhaps their voice has not been quite loud, maybe on stage. And maybe just as we wrap up, we just want them to just give you a highlight on some of the key deliberations that have been taking place behind the scenes. To represent the investors who've been showcasing with us, allow me to invite on stage, this is one gentleman who flew from Dubai to be here. He's investing in real estate, particularly the Dubai real estate in the UAE. His name is Mominul Hok, who's the CEO. He has a few minutes just to give a quick highlight into how the conference has been, and then I'll come back.
A very good afternoon to everyone. And thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to speak to you. Well, the way I actually just, with all the protocols being observed, I think there are ministers, government officers, and investors as well, with all the other people around me. It has been true privilege to be here in Kenya for the very first time. Myself, Mominul, I'm actually from UK, but I have been investing into different countries like Singapore, Hong Kong, US a little bit, and last 10, 15 years I have been focused on Dubai. Now precisely when I talk about Dubai, I'm sure all of you understand what it means to the world the day we have here to understand Dubai, how Dubai has been so far, and why they are standing high and tall in the world. Now I'll just place Dubai as an example for all of us to take some lessons and see whether or not that could be very subjective. An opportunity for this part of the world to follow and see things are very much possible. The lesson what I had while I was studying in the university, one of my professors showed me the vision like, yes, you are small, but that cannot be an obstacle for you to think big. And I place myself as an example, and I learn from how other people have done it, how other government have done it, how other investors have done it. Yes, you are small. Yes, I'm small, but that shouldn't be stopping me to think big. Think a little further. Now, because it's an investment summit, allow me this opportunity to address some key issues as soon as I land in Kenya, what I have learned so far. And I'm going to be very loud and clear about it. This is a wonderful country, and I see a lot of people with the smile they have. It's just a different level. You hardly see them in the West. Why can't we use this as an opportunity to attract the foreign investment to come to this country as well? Like Dubai has done. They have nothing. If you know Dubai very well, if you Google it, you'll know Dubai is not blessed with natural resources as much as Abu Dhabi and other countries, other states. They're not. They're self-made. Now, how they have done it? I'll be very precise. They love their country. The leadership quality they have, the visionary leadership they have, that lay out the foundation of that. And also, Dubai didn't have anything but tourism, real estate, and they have this Port Jebel Ali carrying the responsibility of being a global hub for trading taking place. Now, although they're not producing or manufacturing anything, but they have control the supply chain for Southeast Asia and Asia as a whole. So, especially once I landed in this beautiful country, what I have seen, this is amazing. This is so beautiful. I would highly recommend being an investor and the experience that I have come across last 20 years, please focus on tourism. And this is the only area which can allow you or give you the platform to bring more revenues from the foreign countries or bring more investments. If people from overseas don't know your country, they're not going to be interested to invest into your country. I think that's a no-brainer thing. That's a very common sense. So I would say focus on, I mean, this country has been blessed with a lot of talented people as well. I have some staff members I have recruited here as well. So I know how talented they are. Please pay focus on them, nurture them, take care of them. They are not going to let you down. Pay attention to the youth. Give them the vision. Show them how to think big. Show them how to go beyond the box and do something they probably never have thought of. So, having said that, we are a team of experts on board who helps all the investors from the world to invest, whether it's Dubai or any other countries, even in Kenya. I'll be more than happy to see and explore further opportunities through the government officials, high executives, or private entrepreneurs. I'll be personally looking forward to meet all of you and exchange my views and see how we can help, because I believe in both ways help to each other. You help me and let me help you. That's the context I want to leave. And please explore opportunities, see how you can lay out the foundation and make it right for your country too. I have a team in Dubai, I have a team in UK, and all over. I can probably help you to navigate the government officials to come out with the right plan as well. In case that's something you allow me to do, I'll be happy doing that, free of charge. Because I have been in love with this country in the last 3 days, to be honest. Amazing people, amazing opportunities. That's what I leave the note. And please, I also thank you very much, every one of you, for hearing me well. Please come across to me in case we need to create a proper foundation, and let's start with the right beginning and think big. Let's go about it. Let's see how we can help each other. Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mominul, as well, just representing the investors. Much appreciated. Earlier, we had from Chairman Biovex, Dr. Honorable Mishra. He spoke at length and his presentation was shared, but I'll ask him to just stand and wave, just on behalf of the board chairmen who are here. Thank you so much, Mishra, for that as well. To speak on behalf of the sponsors, ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome on stage John Okulo, who's the Director, Corporate Banking at KCB Group. KCB has been our anchor sponsor, so allow me to just give them the opportunity as well to say thanks and kwaheri.
Good afternoon, everyone. Honorable Cabinet Secretary, Dr. Wycliffe Oparanya, our host Governor, His Excellency Professor Nyang Yongo, the Deputy Chief of Staff, the Office of the President, Dr. Eliud Owalo, the Principal Secretary is present, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's been a great honor for us as KCB Bank to be the principal sponsors of the inaugural Nyanza International Investment Conference. We don't take these opportunities lightly because it allows us to be part of the team that is formulating and developing opportunities for the people of this region. And as a bank that is in all counties of Kenya, we conduct these seminars, these conferences, we get involved, and we ensure that there is adequate follow-up. We've heard about the good work that the central government is doing through the ministries, the infrastructure that is being built, the ports, the airports, the inland port here at Lake Victoria, the roads, the energy. We've heard about the stability of the macroeconomy, the hard work that the government of Kenya, the central bank, National Treasury has been doing to ensure that the economy stabilizes. And KCB, being the leading bank in Kenya, we're always proud when we play a central role in many of these initiatives, in ensuring that the country had petroleum when it needed, to bring in the petroleum, in ensuring that we were able to negotiate with the oil marketing companies through the Ministry of Energy and the National Treasury to ensure that the country obtained 180 days credit to import petroleum. This was all part of stabilizing the economy. We were very happy when we saw the exchange rate moving down from highs of 165 to where it is now, stabilized at 129. We're also very, very happy to see the interest rates coming down and the great work that the Central Bank of Kenya is doing in ensuring that now that the monetary policy has brought about the required stability, it is now time to ensure that there is more funding available for the people of this country and the businesses to profit. So as the rates come down, KCB has always maintained the lowest base lending rate of the largest banks at 15.6%. And we are very sure that with the initiatives by the Central Bank of Kenya, we will see these rates coming down lower and lower. But even then, I'd just like to emphasize some of the areas where we believe there are immediate opportunities for the investors in this region. Earlier today, we were having discussions around mining, artisanal mining. And Principal Secretary Elijah Mwangi, thank you very much for those very insightful comments. We have 1 million artisanal miners in this country. They need equipment. They need insurance. They need funding. KCB already has a solution through its Chama financing, whereby we will lend 10 times what has been contributed, up to 250 million shillings. If only the artisanal miners can get together and form chamas and small cooperatives. We are very keen to work with you, PS, in that space. KCB has a program for female-made and led enterprises. In this region, we have lent 14 billion shillings to businesses that are female-made and led since we launched the program in 2022. But our intention is to lend up to 250 billion shillings over the 4 years. We're now halfway through it, and we have already lent 150 billion. 14 billion to this region is a small amount, and we'd encourage all the female entrepreneurs to engage with us through our 33 branches that we have in this region. Whether you're based outside of this region but have an interest in investing here, please engage with us through any of our branches. We are currently lending about 80 billion shillings to different sectors of the economy in this region. We are very much involved in agriculture. We are very much involved in trading, in manufacturing. But we still believe that there is opportunity for us to do much more and work closely together. Agriculture is the backbone of the economy. It is what really drives the ecosystem and puts money into people's pockets. Our message to all the participants here is that KCB is ready for business, and do not shy away from coming to us with your ideas, and we'll see how we can solution around it. The other important aspect as you conduct your businesses is do not fear failure. Many a times you find somebody who has a business, the business is struggling, they're not able to meet up with their loan repayments, but they're shy to engage the bank or the financier. Please feel free to come to discuss with us, and we'll see how we can offer solutions that will give you a bit more time or a different structure in the financing arrangements. Also ensure that you take insurance. We have a bank assurance business that arranges insurance that covers not just individuals' health, it also covers all the business risks that you could consider, including those in agriculture. With those few words, I would like to again thank the organizers, led by Mr. Jaff Olende. Thank you very much for giving us this opportunity. We have a team that is keen to follow up on everything that has been discussed. Even if we do not achieve 100%, maybe we'll do 75, 50%, maybe we'll do 25%. Maybe you came here looking for an opportunity for employment, and it allowed you to network and to connect and to exchange ideas and business cards. All that is progress. And as KCB, we're proud to be a part of it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, John Okulo, Director of Corporate Banking, KCB Group. I also want to ask if we have LREB here as well, and the other sponsors will have their logos playing. I wish I'll just quickly read, but in view of time, allow me to just appreciate you by having that mention as well on our screens as we go along. Before I hand over to the executive, allow me to just kind of get to the meat of the program and really what were some of the nuts and bolts that made this conference happen. And the man to handle that is none other than Tom Mushindi, who's the chairman, Kenya Broadcasting Corporation, who will give a way forward and call to action. And of course, just kind of tell us what are some of the key milestones we achieved over the last 3 days. Welcome, Tom.
Thank you very much, Laban, and well done for guiding us over the past 3 days. Excellent work. Waziri Oparanya, our host governor, Professor Anyang' Nyong'o, our sponsor, I see that we have our principal secretary mining in the room, our sponsor, Bwana Owalo, all the other dignitaries that I might not be able to mention. We have come or are coming to the end of 3 days of some very exciting, very intense conversations that have really centered around one key topic, which is to evaluate the opportunities, investment opportunities that exist in this region and bring together those that have these opportunities and those that have money to translate those opportunities into actual industrial and investment outcomes. It's been delightful, it's been very intense, and my role really is very, very simple this afternoon, which is just to try and highlight some of the things that have emerged and probably kind of hint at a way forward. I'm doing this on behalf, of course, of the committee that has been involved in putting this together, and we are all aligned on a number of things. Now, this being an investment conference, some of the key issues that we want to look at is whether we actually have achieved the objectives that we set out to do. And in a very broad sense, we are happy to note that we have. We were able to invite, and have a lot of you accept to join us in Kisumu for the past 3 days. So we had some brilliant attendance on the first and second days, well beyond what we had hoped to, because we were working with a benchmark of about 600. We went beyond that in the first day, close to 900 people. And yesterday, we actually did breach the 1,000 mark. Today, obviously, being the last day, is a little less, and that was expected. We were able to have all the booths that were available taken, and that was great. We do have, and we thank those exhibitors that took up those booths very, very sincerely for being with us for the duration of the conference. And hopefully they have picked up contacts and leads that could generate opportunities, real opportunities going forward. We had a number of investors that were here, and some of them, I think, we're very happy that we've been able to give an opportunity to our guest from Dubai, who has just been here, and we welcome the promise that he has given to be able to help us as we go forward, because the critical aspect of this kind of conferences is really what happens after. You know, we are here, we're happy we meet, exchange cards, talk, but it's really what happens after that is very, very critical. So by way of some of the actual specific things that we did see some signing of agreements and MOU for collaboration between Equity Bank and Siaya County and Homa Bay County. We will be watching very closely and monitoring how that goes. There also was an agreement signed between a company called TAG and Butch that is in the blue economy, you know, the whole ecosystem, the value chain in the blue economy, and that will also hopefully go beyond the signatures to actual collaboration in terms of financing with the Equity Bank. We were happy to note the specific promises that were made here by the national government, with the commitment from the Deputy President around some of the key projects that we believe will really galvanize investment and open up this region for development. There was a specific mention of the two dams, the Soin Koru Dam and the Magwagwa Dam in Nyamira. Koru Soin, I believe, is between Kisumu and Kericho. There is the very important ring road around the lake that has been discussed for a while. That commitment was given that it should now move from, you know, a concept into something that is very specific. There was the project to develop the abattoir and the potato factory in Migori that was also mentioned by the Deputy President. We do hope that also in that vein, there was a discussion around extension of the SGR that the Minister or the Treasury Cabinet Secretary spoke about, and that we hope will also be followed up. Can Invest did, in the presentation by the MD, list I think there were 6 key projects that they have done some significant amount of work in terms of evaluation of the visibility, the bankability of the same, the return on investment project, and all that. And they offered to work with counties specifically to progress those, close the concept notes, and then also help in finding the financiers that can put together those projects. They were very attractive projects, with all of them having a rate of return of about 15%. One, I believe, was about 25%, which is, by any chance standards, a very, very high rate indeed. We're sure that there could be others, but those are the key ones that we were able to capture. We're still putting together the other reports from the other areas, and once that is done, we should be in a position to build this up. The other thing that I think is key for us in terms of way forward and things that we might have picked up from here, because we are hoping, actually expecting and intend to make this professionally driven investment forum either an annual, or if that is too close, probably a biannual event. And in order to continue improving on the experience and the outcomes, some of the things that we will be thinking about is obviously to make the deal room a core part of these discussions, and do probably a little bit more work before the days itself, so that by the time we come to the conferences, already there's a significant amount of work that is done, and it's only really a question of then of having these things signed. Another aspect that we will be discussing, obviously, is how do we, as the teams that have midwifed this and hope to continue generating others, monitor what happens after this. So there will be, I believe, a need for us as professionals to develop or create a framework within which we're able to track and hopefully shepherd these projects up to the point where they actually emerge as viable and operational units at the end of it all, and also have that unit probably act as the bridge between the various parts that become important to make a reality of some of these concepts. You're talking about the financing aspect, the academia, the NGO sectors, the private sector, investors, and everybody else that are here. One of the things also that has come up is that the counties do need to really have their data on all aspects of the socio-economic aspects up to date. Because where we are currently at this time and age, without data, it's going to be very, very difficult for investors to feel comfortable. So the data conversation has been very key in this forum, and it's something that we will be carrying forward and hopefully encouraging and finding out what could we do as professionals to ensure and help the counties meet this, because again, without that, the conversations then become very, very difficult with the potential investors. Finally, I think the other thing is that we will endeavor to have investors a lot more foregrounded in these discussions. It's a feedback that we take positively, and we will ensure that going forward, they actually do take center stage, because comments have been made here that without listening to everybody, we will basically be either talking to ourselves or repeating things that have been repeated countless times before at forums such as this and others. So listening to the people whose money we want to, welcome is very critical, and that for us is a key takeaway. I think that by way of summary, that is all I will have to share with you. And hopefully, I'm sure that my chairman, Jeff Olende, will be convening a post-mortem meeting for us to deliberate on this, and probably then have a much more elaborate, a much more considered document that we can all own together with our sponsor, and then share with everybody else that is interested. So, on my own behalf, I wish to thank you all for your exemplary contributions, for your patience, and thank you all for being such a great guests to us for the last 3 days. Asanteni sana, and have a good afternoon.
Thank you very much, Tom Mushindi, ladies and gentlemen, Chairman KBC, and also appreciate KBC as well for the partnership and sponsorship in covering this event as well. Ladies and gentlemen, we've agreed as well that we will not keep you here past 1 p.m. So please be patient. We'll be done by exactly 1. So over to none other than Michael Monari, who's the Vice Chair for the Nyanza International Conference, to now sort of bring that session to a close on the beat of the mate of the conference.
Thank you very much, Laban. Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon. CS Dr. Oparanya, host governor Professor Nyang'nyong'o, our deputy chief of staff, and basically our chair, our patron, the lead patron. It's a co-patron, but it's the lead patron of this conference, PS Mining, all protocols observed. I stand here to basically acknowledge and thank those who have made this conference possible. When we reflect on what has happened since we started organizing this almost 2 years back, there has been quite a journey. And when we see it ending successfully like this, such a big joy. And I think the most important actors in this are the delegates, if you ask me. Because you could have all the resources, but if nobody turns up, that will not be a conference. So much as we were having a stampede towards the end, we had all the counties who initially probably had not sort of agreed or aligned with us, coming in the last minute. For me, that was a great, great joy, because it means that they believed in what we wanted to do. Having said that, we have lined up a number of sponsors to mention here. I may not cover everybody. And on the lead on that, of course, is KCB, which has just gotten off the stage. And they uniquely came in when we had challenges. And they didn't know whether it's going to be a success or not. But they pledged to be the anchor sponsor. And I think they warrant a very big loud of applause. KCB came out for us, and it's good to be transparent. They committed 10 million shillings, and that really was the seed capital that saw us start this journey. Then a host of others, NBK came through, Unclaimed Assets came through, the Kenya Deposit Insurance Corporation came through, the Cooperative Bank, Equity Bank, the Kenya Development Corporation, KAA, Kura, NSSF, Ken Invest, Ketraco, KenGen, the Kenya Chamber of Commerce, and Mr. Onditi has been really, the regional director has been very supportive in this. Special mention to him. Let's clap for him. The Nation Media and other media, of course, KBC, the chairman was here, Radio Africa, they really gave us visibility, because without information, nobody could know what we are trying to do. Sony Sugar from the region supported us. DTB Bank, Old Mutual, KQ came through. We had Kenya Shipyard, we had KPA, Kenya Power came through. And the higher institutions of learning also were not left behind. I think Chairman Thomas mentioned about the universities. Masai Mara stood out, Kisii University, Jaramogi Oginga Odinga. Let's clap for the universities, those future generations on this. Maseno was right there. I think the Open University was also there, supporting us. Other sponsors, the Homelands, much as they were contractors, but they gave us a lot of discounts. Let's clap for them. They've been very, very helpful. All these tents you're seeing. Homeboys, special mention to Homeboys, because the sound, I'm sure you can all agree that the quality of sound and other visuals have been very good. Special thanks to Homeboys. Let's clap for them. And of course, the government, both national and the county governments, let's clap for our governors, please. And the last but not least, our committee, led by none other than Jeff Olende. Chairman, if you may stand up with the committee for appreciation. Okay. Thank you so much. So all this made it possible. It's not, I may have left somebody out, but that's what I could be able to put together. So in terms of the way forward, I think Tom has summarized it. But most important, that this is going to be a regular conference. What hasn't been decided is whether it will be annually or biannually. But most important is that the two patrons have agreed that this will take place in Kisii County, such that we make it rotational. Let's clap for our two patrons for that decision. And we look forward to everybody participating. So thank you all and look forward to seeing you some other time when we have another conference. Asanteni.
Thank you so much, Mike Monari. Appreciate it. Please give him a round of applause as a vice chair. I also, in that breath, want to recognize the rapporteurs who really made this happen in terms of just packing everything together. Dr. Pamela Were and your team, please stand. We want to appreciate you. Thank you so much. All the rapporteurs who have been out there getting all this information. Asanteni Sana. Thank you so much, led by Dr. Pamela Were. I also want to just recognize Yusuf Chanzu, Chairman, National Housing Corporation. He spoke extensively on the affordable housing agenda. Thank you, thank you, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, at this point in time, I'd like now to hand over to the executive, and we'll follow this format. I'll invite on stage my dear sister PS, Susan Mangeni, who will invite her colleague PS, and after which then we can hand it over to the Deputy Chief of Staff to take it up with the Chief Guest. So I'll be off stage, so my colleague PS, PS will invite her colleague, but my colleague MC on stage now. I'll hand over the program to her, and I'll come back as well for the for talks.
So my CS and the chief guest for this closing ceremony, Honorable Wycliffe Oparanya, the host governor.
Karibu Dala Kisumu for the International Investment Conference.
This is the home of the artists, the home of sportsmen. And unfortunately, these people have not been given opportunity. So when they get this kind of platform, it will be easy for them to showcase their talent beyond the region.
I was really chiding him outside there that why are you in suit? You're supposed to be in the mining gears. Yeah, and allow me to stand on all protocols as he'd earlier observed. Hamjambo. I mean, why are we gloomy? I thought we are all saying this has been a success. We should be happy. Why are we gloomy? So allow me just to take 2 minutes to begin by just congratulating the team, the committee. And I'm happy to hear that this is going to be a standing committee, a live committee. You're not going to fold up. I think I was really getting concerned that after today, then what happens? Because from where I sit, I believe the work begins. I know it's been a lot of work for the last two years trying to put together this conference, but now the real work beginning today. After we close, it begins. And why do I say the real work begins? It's because all this conversation we've had here, all the ideas that we picked from all these breakout sessions and plenaries, now we need to concretize them and put them into action. Now, as a PS for the State Department of Micro, Small, and Medium Enterprises, I will be there and willing to work and support you. Because when we talk about investment, when we talk about business in this country, 98% are MSMEs. 98% of all businesses in Kenya, and I want to believe even in Africa, are MSMEs. Now, if you talk about investment, you have to put on the micro entrepreneurs lenses. You ask yourself, who is the investor? Is an MSME. Who is the trader? Is an MSME. Who will be the industrialist? Is an MSME. Who will be the manufacturer? Will be an MSME. I'll be willing to work with you so that we take all these good ideas that we have picked into this table, the various partnership, the relationship that we have established here to the next level. Now, allow me just to make the observation. Sitting in this position, I've been privileged to move around this region, from all the way from Migori, Lower Kuja, irrigation scheme. I've come to Ahero, I've gone to Siaya, I've gone to, I will say, nearly each and every county in this region. But I want to share with you 4 key valuable value chains that should be the anchor of this conversation.
The first value chain is rice. We import every year 78% of the rice that we feed in this country is imported. But you see, this region alone, we have a potential of more than 200,000 acres of rice. And I'm sure, I don't think we are utilizing even 20,000 acreages. So again, investors who are in this room, we want to see how this region can help us in retaining the money that we use to import 78% of rice. If we were to retain that, and I'm sure it's billions of shillings, all that can help us to grow the economy of all these 6 great counties in this region. The second value chain is edible oil. Again, we use 150 billion every year to import edible oil raw materials, edible oil crops. These are groundnuts, sunflowers, all those. Again, you want to ask yourself, and this is a challenge to the governors of these 6 counties, how much of that 150 billion can be retained in this region? I mean, every year you sit down, when you're reading out the budget, you ask yourself, what is the portion of that budget that can get retained in our land so that then the rest, the money can percolate into people's pocket? The third value chain is textile. Again, you see, cotton has been our traditional value chain. Again, we need to see how we embark on revitalization journey. And of course, the last value chain is the blue economy. You know as much that we do not produce enough fish. We even importing from China and those other countries. Again, you want to ask yourself, how much of the money that you're spending on importation can be retained here? Having said that, from where we are to the airport, international airport that has been there for more than 10 years, is about less than probably 5 kilometers or so. But for an international airport to be called international, there must be a cargo wing, isn't it? You want to ask yourself, and you know the answer, which cargo comes through that international airport? Chairman, I remember we had that conversation, and we know the only cargo, and I'm not ashamed to say, that lands at that international airport is coffin bodies, isn't it? We can turn that around. Thank you so much, professionals, and I want to say this, you are on the right trajectory, because this is the only thing that you can do to this soil that took care of you by giving back to the society. I will be willing, I will be there with my CS, with our ministry, and all those ministries within the sector of finance and production to see to it that this does not just become a talk shop, that really actions are going to be generated from this deliberation to help this region, to position it as a region that can contribute significantly to the economic development of this country. With all those many remarks, I was proud to participate in this forum, and I look forward to the next years. I want to say let's do this annually, but maybe now the next forum will not be about talking what needs to be done. We'll be taking stock of what has been achieved from this first conference. Thank you very much. Now allow me to invite my colleague, the miner. I don't know what he mines, but he mines a lot of things. They said, asanteni sana na Mungu abariki.
Thank you, my colleague, PS. Our Cabinet Secretary, Honorable Dr. Cliff Oparanya, the host, Governor, His Excellency, Professor Nyanza, Chief of Staff, Deputy, Honorable Elliot, all distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Well, it is a pleasure to be with you this afternoon and appreciate the great work that has been done by the organizing team of this year's the Nyanza Investment Conference. Well, I had an opportunity to have a discussion specifically on matters mining. It seems that mining is not well understood in this country, whereas it has been in operation for decades. But very limited areas where we can showcase our success for mining. Well, in this region, we have a lot of opportunities coming from the formalization that we have done, the regularization of different sectors in the value chain. Specifically, in this sector, the gold subsector by itself, we do have a lot of gold that comes from this region. Mostly of it goes unaccounted for, smuggled into our neighboring countries, but we have taken note of that. The government has initiated construction of a gold refinery in Kakamega. And that one is a game changer because we shall have now a full accountability of our gold. Initially, our gold has been being processed by our middlemen and taken away, denying government the much needed revenue, including the communities from where the mining happens. And therefore, from June, the expected date of completion, we expect that we shall have an accountability of our gold. Now the challenge for us in this region, approximately 70 kilograms of gold is mined every day, mostly by the artisanal miners. The facility that we are constructing at the PPP has a capacity of producing or processing 200 kilograms per day. So we have an opportunity to enhance our production. And this comes along with the need to capacity build those who are carrying out mining. Majority being the artisanal miners. I'm happy that the deliberation that we have had between the Kenya National Chambers of Commerce and Industry, led by our good friend, director representative of this region, and the director from KCB, Bwana John, that there is an opportunity to enhance the production of our artisanal miners and those who are carrying out gold mining. Of course, we are not left the large scale or medium gold miners. We have a prospecting gold mining that is almost coming into operations, that is Shanta. They have an application for gold mining license at Vihiga, Kakamega, and part of Siaya. And we expect equally by the end of this year they should also be producing so that we can feed into our processing plant. Equally, we are looking at the other construction minerals. Specifically, we do have quarries that happens around. Right here when I was coming in, we have some crushers that are doing ballast and gravels. On the other side, we have so much gold, the granite, that can feed into our industries and into our homes. But more so in the other part of Kisii, we have the Corin and the soapstone. So all of them, we are looking into them. And for us to ensure that we support those who are carrying, prospecting, and also mining, we have established a laboratory here in Kisumu regional office so that any other time you get the samples, it's not a must that you take them to Nairobi. Just take them to our regional office, they'll analyze for you, they'll indicate the kind of minerals which is contained in those samples for your benefit of your decision making. And further, we have considered the applications for licenses, specifically the permits by artisanal miners. We have over 1 million artisanal miners in this country. In this region, we have formalized them into marketing cooperatives. We would wish that in collaboration with the county government, whom have provided leadership in the artisanal mining committee that is chaired by a representative of respective governor, they will facilitate and prioritize the issuance of mining permits to the artisanals. So that now, even if they were to be supported, there are those formal processes that should have been done. And with that, we expect when we come here next time, we should find a stud for artisanal miners and happy, well rejuvenated, well remunerated artisanal miners. We do not wish to have that constant discussion of artisanal mining which have collapsed. And with the support of our experts who have competencies in construction of mines, and in this circumstance, we have posted around 12 mining engineers here in Kisumu. We have 3 geologists, and we have also posted 2 more inspectors of explosives so that they can offer services to the region of this area. So I'm very happy, the team that have organized this investment conference. It is an opportunity for us to reach out to quite a number of people who may not have an opportunity to understand what the ministry is doing. And in the support of our sister here, the hustlers, we would wish to bring our hustlers also, so that as they are supported by the government and those financing agencies, they'll also be supported by the Hustler Fund. We are very grateful, and we look forward to meeting you in the near future. Thank you and good afternoon.
Thank you, PS Pining Elijah Mwangi. Regards to your CS Ali Hassan Joe. Ladies and gentlemen, at this point in time, please, if you could just have the QR code, please play it one more time. I think we're missing that. We're missing that one more time. Please just scan the QR code. If you could just take out your phones, kindly scan. We value your feedback. Would love to hear from you. This is not a one-way channel. I would want you to scan that, and as you just go along, please just share your feedback. This is very essential for the team, even as we review the conference and do a way forward as well for future engagements to come. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm back on stage to recognize this gentleman because he's not speaking on behalf of himself. He's actually 14 counties that's covering under the Lake Region Economic Bloc. So please, Victor Nyangaya, who's the CEO, LREB, will speak and in turn invite the Deputy Chief of Staff. And LREB members, all the 14 counties, please wave. All 14 counties, come on, give yourselves a round of applause. LREB is our sponsor and, of course, convener. So thank you so much. Over to you, Victor.
Thank you very much. Once again, I want to take this opportunity to thank you very much for participating, especially the chair of LREB, who has been here from day one and consistently been with us until now. We thank you, and I want to take this opportunity to thank my co-chair, Jaff, because when Governor Nyong'o, as chair of LREB, delegated me to join your team, I think we've done a wonderful job, and I want to thank you and your team. And I also want to thank the LREB team who are present here and have been constantly working up and about. I think really this is a statement that we must take forward going into the future so that we can be able to conglomerate here every other year or 2 years. But like a speaker said yesterday, not just to talk. I think it was Chairman Nyong'o, that we are not going to make this a ritual so that we just come here and talk. From here, we anticipate that we'll have signed deals. I have seen quite a number of investors that have come from across the world, and we definitely believe that by the end of this session, there'll be a follow-up. There's a lot of potential, like the PS has just said, in the areas of gold mine in this region. And it's a belt right from Kakamega through to the lake to Nyanza to Migori. Really, the potential is high and totally unexploited. So we believe that with this kind of meeting, we'll get people and potential investors who we have even discussed yesterday at length, that they're willing to go to Migori beginning from Kakamega. And so to speak, I think really
I want to congratulate the participants, and I want to take this opportunity also to thank the founding chair, Excellency Oparanya, for your dedication to constantly coming to our functions. And it means you still value the footsteps that you left behind for your colleague, Chairman Nyong'o. Thank you very much, and I'll be limited to those remarks. I would wish to take this opportunity to invite the Deputy Chief of Staff, who has taken leadership on this throughout from day one to today, the last day. Thank you so much, Chief of Staff, for your passion and dedication. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Victor. I'll be very brief. I just want to thank a few people who have not been thanked so far. Without whose input, this conference would not have been as successful as it has been. First, to His Excellency the President, Dr. William Samoei Ruto. When we came up with this idea, and initially we had planned to have the conference last year, I did reach out to him and asked him to be the chief guest, and he accepted to be the chief guest at that conference. Unfortunately, as fate would have it, we canceled the conference the last week before the conference. When we were in the process of rescheduling this conference again, I reached out to him and he gave us the date of the 7th of February 2025. And that is when now we started together with the committee working backwards in preparations for this conference. That shows you the level of commitment from the very top about the development agenda of not just Nyanza per se, but the entire Lake region at the highest echelons of government. And then early this week, actually specifically on Sunday, when now it became apparent that due to certain extraneous factors, it was not going to be possible for him to attend the conference. Again, on that Sunday, he called me and we had a discussion, and he told me that he would have wished to be here himself, but because of those emerging issues, we had to travel out of the country for this Congo Manenos. He did say that in his absence, because we only had two options, either to postpone the conference so that he participates or go ahead with it. And I did tell him that it was not possible. He actually was requesting that we postpone the conference so that he personally participates. But I told him logistically it was not possible to postpone the conference one more time. Then he said in his absence, therefore, he would send none other than his deputy, the Deputy President, Professor Kithure Kindiki, to come and represent him and officially open the conference on his behalf. So in that regard, I also want to thank him, and by extension, Professor Kindiki himself, for having been here yesterday. Then the entire cabinet members who are here, the principal secretaries in large numbers, and I must thank most sincerely Professor Nyong'o. When we needed the support of the governors from this region, Professor Anyang' Nyong'o convened a meeting. That is exemplary leadership, Professor. He convened a meeting and he helped us unlock the impasse that was existing out of factors which, in my view, were not insurmountable. That exemplary leadership exhibited by Professor Nyong'o has made this conference extremely successful. And by extension, I want to thank all the governors from the Lake Region Economic Bloc who participated here yesterday. And then I also want to thank my long-term friend, CPA Dr. Wycliffe Ambessa Oparanya. When we consulted with the Lake Region Economic Bloc, when it became apparent that Honorable Raila Odinga will not be available or may not be available to close the conference, and the Lake Region Economic Bloc suggested that we reach out to him, I gave him a call and he instantly accepted to be the chief guest at this closing ceremony. And it thus goes to show how much still he holds the Lake Region Economic Bloc, of which is the founding chairman, in high esteem. Omwami, thank you very much for being available for us. I'll stop there and I now take this opportunity to invite Professor Anyang' Nyong'o to make a few remarks, then invite the chief guest to close the ceremony. But let me note, just before Professor Nyong'o comes, I must also in equal measure thank the committee. These individuals have worked tirelessly for the past 2 years. The committee led by Jeff Olende and Michael Monari have worked tirelessly, donating their time to put this together. To all of you, we owe you a great debt of gratitude. Professor, please come forward.
Thank you very much, Eliud. My dear friend, Dr. Wycliffe Oparanya, our chief guest of today, and former chairman of LREB, all government ministers and permanent secretaries and other officials present, all the representatives of the governors who are here today. I also would like to recognize the presence of my Minister for Trade, Farida, Markets and Trade. Where is she now? Farida, stand up and wave. Yeah, she's over there, the indomitable lady. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for having come to attend this conference in large numbers. And I really want to thank the professionals for this initiative. As you can see, it has resulted in very, very positive things that we all will pursue together. Before I invite Wycliffe, I would just like to make certain key observations from this conference that I think we should follow up very soon. I think the low-lying, what do you call them, fruits? Low-lying, what are they? That English word? Fruits, yes. The low-lying fruits are the following. Tourism. There is no reason whatsoever that after this conference, we should not come up with strong proposals, programs of actions to promote tourism in this region. Because I was talking to my friend from Dubai out there. He told me that he has never been to Kenya, but he has never seen a place so beautiful, people so happy, an environment so friendly. And I think that is something that we should exploit and come out with ways and means of promoting, advancing our tourism beyond what it is today. Secondly, the focus on the leisure industry. Somebody just said here the homeboys have done a good job. Homeboys came out of the leisure industry, I think, and that is where they survive. So the leisure industry in this nation has a lot of backward and forward linkages that I think we should exploit. And finally, we should focus on hospitality. How do we get hospitality going? One of them is through creating convention centers. And I noticed that when I was going through the exhibition, I saw a huge convention center somewhere in Nairobi I didn't know about. And I'm going to take a card, I'm going to visit it. Because here in Kisumu County, when we were preparing for Afri-Cities, we worked with the national government, and Susan knows that, to put up a convention center, an exhibition center, and a conference center. It was never completed. It's 3/4 complete. Susan, it is now your challenge, together with Eliud, out of this conference, help us complete our convention center so that we can invite an international hotel to come there and run it. Governments cannot run business. Now, but how do we all do this? I think, again, the other thing that the enabling instruments for making these investments possible. One is infrastructure. I think it's quite obvious that if this hotel was not here, not hotel, but this, it has a higher name than that. I think it's called what? A resort. That's the word I was looking for. You know, when you go high, you become a resort. If this resort was not there, we would not be meeting here. It's part of infrastructure. The other one is public policy. I think if we have a public policy which is very rigid about building a capitalist economy, we will not go anywhere. Capitalism requires open public policy. And the other one is the legal regime and the cost of investment. These are very important, and I hope but professionals, the law profession is a very important aspect of profession. I hope we had many lawyers here to realize that the legal regime to promote investments is very important. And finally, colleagues, let me say something very important before I invite my friend Wycliffe Ambetsa Oparanya. And I thank you, founding chairman, for what you did, or what we did, to found LREB and leave it on a very firm footing. As I invite my friend Wycliffe Oparanya, the founding chairman of LREB, he knows that there's something we struggled for very hard, to have an LREB bank. To have an LREB bank. I don't see why the Treasury, the government, cannot allow an economic bloc. It's not a leisure bloc, it's an economic bloc, not to have a financial power. Because if we have had an LREB bank, let me tell you, all these investment conferences we have had here could have stimulated a lot of investment in that bank. Just recently, we had an investment conference here where we invested Afri-Exim Bank, and the president was here. The president was so happy that the chairman of Afri-Exim Bank came to Kisumu to attend our conference that he told the chairman to leave his plane alone, join his own plane, that they go back to Nairobi, because he really wanted to see the chairman of Afri-Exim Bank. And we made it possible for him to meet the Afri-Exim Bank chairman here. That is something that helped the nation. So, Wycliffe, while you are a minister, please, don't leave that portfolio before you help us get a bank here. That is your now mission. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. Let me welcome to this podium Wycliffe Ambetsa Oparanya.
Your Excellency, Professor Anyang' Nyong, my friend, the Governor of the great county of Kisumu, the Deputy Chief of Staff, Mr. Owalo. Mr. Owalo, I have known him for many years. We have worked with him closely before even I became governor. Here he is. And all who are here, good afternoon. There is nothing much that I'm going to tell you that you don't know. More so, I've been told that this particular conference was organized by professionals who include professors. And when you are a professor, definitely, you are respected. So I respect and appreciate the entire team under Mr. Owalo for having organized a very successful conference, investment conference. And this is not the first conference that I have attended, but this was, can say, was well organized. But I want just to share with you a few experiences that I've undergone, having been in the public life for the last 25 years, and also having been in the private sector for 21 years. Let me revisit the trip to London. I said I will talk about it today. The conference, the Kenya Investment Conference that we had in London, we were led by the then head of state, Mwai Kibaki, and all the ministers were mobilized, at least each area of specialization. There was a presentation of the opportunities in every ministry. and we talked to about 500 investors. And you can know how expensive it is to organize such a conference in London. I was given the opportunity to monitor because monitoring and evaluation department was within the Ministry of Planning then and National Development. So after a month, we kept on, we had contact people to see how far they understood what we told them, and when they were coming to engage us in Kenya or in UK itself. We waited until 3 months, 6 months, when the president once asked me, na wale watu umewasikia? Nasema sijawasikia, lakini nimejaribu, sijawasikia. Then I reflected what happened. Maybe when we went there, we talked to them, but we never allowed them to talk to us. That's a mistake we did. So maybe what we were telling them was irrelevant to them, or was not a priority for them to attract them to invest in Kenya. So I learned a point there that always when you have such a function, invite the people you intend to attract to invest in your country or in your county. You must have done the mapping in advance to see whom can I attract. Just don't organize it as a marketplace. Go to the market and talk to everybody and hoping that someone will come up and invest. You will wait forever. You must have a targeted audience. That is secret number one that I learned when we went to London. Number two, when I became governor in 2013, I also obviously wanted investors to come to Kakamega County. Kakamega County is a very big county with a population of about 2 million people. So I said, in Kakamega, we don't have a 5-star hotel. We don't have, even up to the moment. We have only Golf Hotel, which was a 4-star. Because of maintenance, it was demoted to 3-star, and now even it is a 2-star. So I said, why can't I go to Hilton? So I went to Hilton. I wanted to attract them to come and invest in Kakamega. So they told me, you know, we are controlled from the headquarters. So they gave me contact to headquarters. I was invited to go to London, also same London, after 6 months when I became governor. So I went there. I was well welcomed. I met an officer with a checklist. So he said, your name, your position, and you here, you want to invest in, you want us to invest in your county? What is the name of your county? Where is it in Kenya? All those questions. Then they started, do you have an airport? I said, no, I have an airstrip. Do you have a sewerage system within the county? I had even not known that I don't have a sewerage system. I didn't know. Kumbe they had Google around and they knew some of those. So he asked me a lot of questions. Then after that, he said, my boss will be talking to you soon. So he left. And after 5 minutes, the boss invited me in his office, he gave me tea and said, my friend, we do not invest in a village. We invest in cities. I'm telling you the truth. We invest in cities who have airports, who have the proper sewerage system. The town is well planned. Your town looks a village. And they brought the Google map. I could see it there. So when I came back, I had to reorganize myself, start to reorganize myself, and that's why you saw that when I left as a governor, I had left Kakamega somewhere, that I was developing it to become a city like Kisumu, so that I'm able to invite, to attract investors in that region. So the most important thing that we have to attract, and you must make a decision. Which type of investor do you want to attract? Do you want to attract international investors? Do you want to attract local investors? Like Kisumu here, most of the Asian communities are the ones owning businesses here, quite a number of businesses. Of course, Africans have come up, but some of them. So that is the first priority area that you have to go to. Call those Asians, sit with them, and see what is their problems, because they are creating employment for our people. You can't ignore them. They are creating employment. So you talk to them. Call these other locals who have invested there. Otherwise, you have a conference like this, you talk, you go, and nothing comes out of there. We as government cannot do business. Government is a bad business person. I remember when I was in the Sugar Task Force, I was chairing the Sugar Task Force that was appointed by the then President Uhuru Kenyatta 2021 in October. And we went around getting views about the sugar sector. We found that private sugar companies were thriving, like Butali, they were thriving, making profits, huge profits. West Kenya, making huge profits. But those that were government-owned, they were making losses. Miwani, Moroni, Sony, all of them were down. And we realized that there was a lot of government interference, that these particular companies could not do well. So the first thing is that as a government, we must make sure that we create an enabling environment for business people to do their business. And our work should be to regulate, to ensure there is fair play, to ensure that there is proper infrastructure to support the business people. And that's why we have to work on electricity, to see that the tariffs are low, to see that we have proper roads, to have the proper railway lines, and there is proper banking environment, proper macroeconomic policies that will make sure that the interest rates are stabilized, exchange rates are stabilized, and so on. That is the work of the government, to create enabling environment. And this also happens even at the county governments. You know, some county governments, you find that now they are still chasing Chuakali fellows in the streets, chasing them around. Attitude is sometimes that you have attitude, our Jama, they are making my town dirty, that they are working here. Call them, organize them, show them where they can work. And I can tell you one of them or two of them will come out and be a great business person. Have legislation, have proper policies that will enable them survive. We at the ministry, and my PS is here, we are planning to carry out a survey, and we will involve all county governments to know these small businesses, where are they? We are told there are more than 17 million, but where are they? In which sector are they involved in? So that we can be able to group them, listen to them, and see how we can help them so that they are able to do their businesses, they are able also to create more jobs, they are able to also employ others and create wealth for themselves. Because big companies are now emphasizing automation. So you find that in terms of employing people, is actually fiscal employment of people is restricted. So as a ministry, that's what we are doing, and soon we will be meeting the governors to tell them where we can collaborate so that this exercise is a success, and we are getting also support from the World Bank for that particular purpose. The other problem that we encounter in business is actual finances, and finances is the most critical one. When I was a member of parliament, we are the ones who came up with this microfinancing act bill. We came up with the bill, and now it is an act of parliament. We thought that microfinance will help small businesses. Because of the structural problems, they have also now become a problem. The banks, I'm happy that KCB has talked about support for small businesses that we appreciate. But even if they are saying that they will support, one day go there and find out. By the time you apply the loan, it will take you 2-3 months to get that particular money that you require. And that's why we have come up with this cooperative model. The cooperative model is the easiest in the world, where cooperatives come together, mobilize resources themselves, and use those resources for development. I can tell you, Kenya is one of the leading countries in cooperative movement. In Africa, it's the leading. In the world, we are number 8. And that's why the president saw it, that this is the best avenue that we can raise resources to support small business, even big businesses. We have SACCOs, like Mwalimu, like Stima, who are their capitalized asset about over 60 billion. In fact, the entire cooperative movement has an asset base of 2 trillion, which is not small. Put together, you will find that they are going even to be bigger than the bank. And that's, if you look at even the loans that they are being given, the loans that they are giving to individuals who are now running various businesses is more frequent than the banks are doing. So the cooperative movement is very critical as we encourage small businesses to come up, make sure that the cooperative model is the best model that can help our people. I'm not talking that because I'm there, I'm the minister in charge, but I have been a cooperator even before. The first house that I bought in Nairobi, I used the cooperative that we had in my private company that I was working for at that time. I have been a chair of the LREP since inception. This is an idea we came up with my colleagues, 14 counties, and I'm happy that they elected me and I became chair for the 5 years. And we had dreams how these 14 countries can create a common market. Because in business, if you want business to grow, you must create a big market. So we created this a big market of about 14 million people. And there we were, we had wild dreams, I will call, about the bank. And I'm very sad that we were very frustrated to have this bank in place. When we went to the Treasury with my friend here, Anyang Nyong, the first question that the then CS was there, I don't want to say the name, what he asked us, do you have capacity, you counties, to run a bank? So I asked him, do shareholders run a bank? Have you had shareholders run a bank? You appoint managers. You appoint qualified managers to run a bank on your behalf. Are the shareholders of KCB running as the bank? They are managers who are qualified. And we were kept there waiting for about 4 hours. It never happened. We had agreed to contribute 20 million each county. 200 million. 200 million from each county. It was coming to 2.8. Kisumu and Kakamega had already provided for the funds in their budget. But it could not go through because of this frustration that we can't own a bank. And I'm very optimistic that if this bank came up, it would have helped our people here to access finances quite easily. It never happened, but you have given me that responsibility, Professor. I will take it up. And since maybe the man who is there now, we can talk same language, I know we will progress it. We will progress it somewhere. Now, finally, ladies and gentlemen, when we have such a conference, it is important, and I'm happy that you have said that that committee that was behind the organization will continue as a standing committee. It is important that after this conference, you keep on evaluating to see how far have we achieved our objectives. Have we achieved who has invested and how much has been invested? How many people have been employed? It is very critical that we have follow-up meetings, especially at the committee level. And also, in the organization, make sure that you have all leaders. Yesterday, you remember when we were opening up the opening session, there were no MCAs, very few MPs, there was no senator. So make sure that when you are organizing, you know, people have different interpretations. Make sure that as long as someone has been given a responsibility, recognize that responsibility, have these people on board, because it is these leaders that will help you to mobilize people, to create awareness out there that there's something there, there's something called investment. And if you want to invest, this is what you should do. There are already people who are investing. These are the people we want to put together and talk to them so that they can sitting room. When I intend to go out, Kisumu is my first point. So I'm always in Kisumu if I am around over the weekend. So I take myself as part of this particular community, and I will do what I can within my capacity to make sure that we work together with people from here so that wherever we achieve together. Otherwise, I'm very grateful that you have honored me this particular day to come here and close this very important function. And I encourage you, Mr. Wallo, keep on. There will be criticism in such a in such a political environment, expect that. If you have been in politics, some people will like you, some people will hate you, but you do what you think that can help these small people. That should be our focus. What can help our people? Professors and ourselves, we can help ourselves. But these are the small people. We need to help them so that they can grow. And that's why we are in leadership, and that's why we are called leaders. Otherwise, ladies and gentlemen, with those few remarks, now I officially declare the Nyanza International Investment Conference 2025 successfully concluded and officially closed.
Wow, a round of applause for His Excellency Dr. Wycliffe Ambetsa Oparanya. And Your Excellency, we ask you to kindly just stand there. Two takeaways we picked: failing to plan. He's doing what? Absolutely. So the Ministry of Cooperatives and MSMEs has an open door to Salimie so that we can continue planning together. So at this juncture, DJ, where's our music as our Deputy Chief of Staffs come on board, the governor, and just to join the CS. So we'll do a photo session. So the Deputy Chief of Staff, karibu, Governor Nyong'o, karibu. DJ, tuende vile tulienda Dubai. Ndio hiyo sasa. Haya. Mnataka kuona wakianguka naye? Aya, sawa sawa. The first photo, that should be our first photo. Kindly. Members of the board with kids, can you have it? Then the PSS, two PSS to come and join in. The two PSS, kindly. When you're just there, and Laban, my colleague, will be doing something too on the other side. The two PSS, that's the second photo, kindly. Bas. I'm smiling kidogo. Asante, then right there, Laban, we just the organizing committee. The organizing committee to join into that quickly. Haraka upesi. Organizing committee. Now wakurugenzi mnaanguka kidogo. Asante.
Wapi Bruno Odienne.
Organizing committee nyuma. And then KCB will follow. Thank you.
Msalimie Elda.
Laban, you're not the organizing committee. Laban. Okay. Thank you so much for listening. You can step down. Just the CSS and the PSS remain standing there. Let's have and the governor also remain standing there. Then let's have any deputy governor in the house. I'm being reminded. Is there any deputy governor? Kindly. Or deputy governor Migori. Thank you so much. Then representatives of the donors and sponsors to join into that photo quickly. And then we have a gift session that will be led by Salaban. Yes. Representatives of the donors, hawa ndio watu wako na pesa, as the CS keeps saying. Thank you so much. Na mtuletee huko kwetu. Asante. I'm told we have MPs. Oh, there are no MPs. Thank you. Representative of the donors, and that's our last photo. Media, I hope you're ready so that we can have the national anthem, and we'll be walking out shortly after the gifts. DJ, play the music at the background. It's too high, thank you. So thank you so much. Laban, are we ready with the plaques? Thank you. Okay.
Let me have Dr. Owich. Thanks, Moni, my sister. Dr. Owich, please. Dr. Owich. Dr. Witch, where are you? Please. Professor Lali. Professor Lali. Thank you so much to our sponsors. We can kindly take a seat. Leave the core, the leadership just there, please. Our sponsors, please take a seat. Okay. So the first gift you're giving, ladies and gentlemen, will be to the Cabinet Secretary. Thank you so much. Next, please. Dr. Witch, kindly pass the gift to the CS. The next gift, ladies and gentlemen, Professor Lali, where are you? Professor Lali. Professor Lali will represent the gift to Governor Nyong'o. Gabriel Chacha. Gabriel Chacha, where are you? Gabriel Chacha. Gabriel Chacha will be presenting the gift to John Okulo. Gabriel Chacha will be presenting the gift to John Okulo. Hold on. Let me also have Ambassador Grace Okara, please. If you could come. Thank you. Engineer Aoma. Engineer Aoma, where are you? Engineer Aoma. Okay, so Madam Grace will present both gifts to PS Mangeni and PS Mwangi. Okay. All right, you can do it together. Sorry, sir, I called you earlier. Just do it together with, yeah. Okay, thank you, Excellency. Ambassador Grace Okara to PS Mangeni and Engineer Oma to PS Mwangi. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, at that juncture, allow us to take a moment of silence. An icon has fallen in the media estate, Bwana Mambo Mbotela, and then we'll have the national anthem. A moment of silence. Thank you. Thank you very much. National anthem, media crew. Asante sana. Kwa heshima na tahadhama tutawaacha wageni wetu waheshimiwa waondoke, alafu tutafuata sisi wote. Bon appetit. Mungu awabariki.
Let me have our exhibitors.
At KCB, we deeply value the pivotal role that PBOs, public benefit organizations, play in our society in addressing the needs of vulnerable communities, influencing policy on local and emerging global challenges. As a bank, we understand that true transformation happens when diverse stakeholders collaborate with purpose.
The purpose of this discussion is for us as the financial partner to listen as you tell us how we can partner, collaborate for scaling and for social transformation.
For the last 128 years, been about people, and the footprint that we leave and intend to continue to leave is one of leaving things better.
How do we create the right partnerships? How do we address a lot of these social impact aspirations that we have that are often constrained by not having the right partnerships, the right smart solutions? So those are the questions I have to leave with you.
One of the key insights from our work in regulating the NGO sector is the immense potential and capacity for innovation, accountability, and impact that partnerships can bring.
Tech is sector agnostic. It's not something that should only be focused on in a particular sector, and it should be used as an enabler, for us to be able to see transformation in agriculture and in different sectors. In the space of mass entrepreneurship, and be it in propagation, be it in certification, be it in business development support, that's what the KCB Foundation is there for. In addition to what it is the KCB Foundation can do in terms of working with young people to make them ready to become seed entrepreneurs, we also have an expansive branch network.
I encourage the initiative by KCB and KCB Foundation to come in and support this area as one which employs more than 70%, more than 60% of people, and be able to achieve food security on this continent, and through the technologies increase the income and lift many smallholders from poverty to a better life.
Together we can transform challenges into opportunities. Thank you for trusting KCB as your partner. We don't take this for granted.